Good afternoon and welcome to the Tuesday, September 19th, 2023 Tompkins County Legislature meeting. The time is 5:31. I would ask for you to stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. If we could have a roll call of members, please.
Travis Brooks.
Present.
Randy Brown.
Here.
Amanda Champion.
Here.
Susan Curry will be arriving a few minutes late. Deborah Dawson.
Here.
Rich John. Dan Klein.
Here.
Ann Corman.
Here.
Mike Lane.
Here.
Greg Mezzi.
Here.
Veronica Pillar. Lee Shurtleff.
Here.
Mike Sigler.
Here.
Shauna Black.
Here.
Rich John. Veronica Pillar. 11 members present.
Thank you very much. Next, we are going to move on to the proclamations for the evening. And our first proclamation, we are going to celebrate Latinx Heritage Month. Whereas the 500-year-old Latinx culture, steeped in tradition and centered on principles of family and community, strengthens the fabric of our entire society. And whereas Latinx people have been a part of this nation from its very inception, their presence in its territories contributing to shape its society and culture, and whereas many Latinx people live and work in obscurity, their contributions to the common good never achieving the recognition they deserve, and whereas Latinx people serve the United States at the highest levels of business, government, education, science, and the military, and whereas Tompkins County is home to an active, growing, and civically engaged Latinx community, and whereas virtually every aspect of our community's life has been influenced by Latinx people, whether in arts, medicine, government, labor, business, or volunteerism, and whereas this year we focus on the themes of prosperity, power, and progress.
Recording in progress.
Oops. Recognizing the Latinx community's many contributions and role in shaping the future of our community, whereas the Tompkins County community enthusiastically celebrates Latinx Heritage Month from September 15th through October 15th, and whereas September 15th was chosen as a starting point for the celebration because it is the anniversary of independence of 5 Latin American countries, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tompkins County Legislature does hereby proclaim the month of September 15th, 2023 through October 15th, 2023, Latinx Heritage Month, and together with our entire community, join in celebration and recognition of the Latinx community and salute the Latino Civic Association of Tompkins County for its outstanding work on behalf of Latinx people throughout Central New York. In witness whereof, I, Shauna Black, have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the Great Seal of Tompkins County, State of New York, on this 19th day of September 2023. Okay, we do have a copy of our proclamation for Ana Ortiz from No Mas, I can't say that word.
No más lágrimas.
Yes, thank you. I'm from Texas and took 4 years of Spanish and struggle still with Spanish, so thank you very much. And here to accept the proclamation, we also have Lourdes Cabrera from the Office of Human Rights, who I would appreciate if she could come to the front and read our Spanish version of the proclamation for us tonight.
Good afternoon, everybody. Proclamación. Considerando que la cultura latina, que cuenta con 500 años de historia, impregnada de tradición y centrada en los principios de la familia y la comunidad, fortalece el tejido de toda nuestra sociedad, y considerando que las personas latinex han formado parte de esta nación desde sus inicios y que su presencia en el territorio nacional ha contribuido a formar su sociedad y su cultura. Y considerando que muchas personas latinex viven y trabajan en la sombra, sus contribuciones al bien común nunca alcanzan el reconocimiento que se merecen. Y considerando que las personas latinex prestan su servicio a los Estados Unidos en los más altos niveles de empresa, el gobierno, la educación, la ciencia y el ejército. Y considerando que el condado de Tompkins es hogar de una comunidad latinex activa, en crecimiento y comprometida cívicamente, y considerando que prácticamente todos los aspectos de la vida de nuestra comunidad se han visto influidos por las personas latinex, ya sean las artes, la medicina, la administración, el mundo laboral, empresarial o el voluntariado. Y considerando que este año nos centramos en los temas de prosperidad, poder y progreso, reconociendo las muchas contribuciones de la comunidad latinex y su papel en la configuración del futuro de nuestra comunidad. Considerando que la comunidad del condado de Tompkins celebra con entusiasmo el mes de la herencia latinex del 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre y considerando que el 15 de septiembre se eligió como punto de partida para la celebración porque es el aniversario de independencia de 5 países latinoamericanos: Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras y Nicaragua. Ahora pues, que así sea. He resuelto que la legislatura del condado de Tompkins por la presente proclama el mes del 15 de septiembre de 2023 al 15 de octubre de 2023 como mes de la herencia latinex. Y junto con toda nuestra comunidad me uno a la celebración y al reconocimiento de la comunidad latinex y rindo homenaje a la Asociación Cívica Latina del Condado de Tompkins por su destacada labor en nombre de las personas latinex de toda la zona central de Nueva York. Gracias.
Thank you very much for that reading. That was wonderful. Okay. Is Ana Ortiz here? Okay, great. Okay, great, thank you. Words as well? Great, good to see you.
See you.
Would you like to say a few words?
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm not good at talking, if people know me very well. But I wanted to say a few things because this month, both September and October 15, and September, October, we dedicate, it's not just celebrate Latino culture, it's celebrate us. Because I feel like every time that we celebrate the Latino Harvest Month, we just doing a little bit highlight, because every day, like we standing here, a lot of Latinos up there, any part in the world, they're doing community stuff, they're doing some engineers, they make sure we have a light, We make sure we have a vegetable. We make sure we have the necessity that we have it to function in this, planet or the world. So today I had to write it down because, I can talk forever, especially dedicate stuff. And thank you guys. I will be honored as I write it down. So my Spanglish English, forgive me, okay? So today we announced Latino Harvest Month, but just not ordering the Latino Harvest Month. As a Latina, as a woman, we dedicate every day ourselves in the community to represent the Latino culture. I'm honored to receive the proclamation as a representation of the Latinos in Tompkins County that cannot be at this moment with us. So I wanted to honor some amazing people in the community that are working, they're trying to save in the world, they're trying to work as hard as we can do, because if they're matching Latino or people for another country, they're working hard. So we wanted to highlight some people, and a lot of people, as a Latina and Latino and South, we are highlight, and we always trying to do is, we don't need no title to doing stuff in the community. We wanted to have a degree, but we not even had the chance because we choose to be working. We choose to take care of children. As a single mom, or you have a different situation, or even have money enough to go into school. That happened to me. And people up there in the community, and it can even single dad, grandparents, cannot do any of this stuff because they have to take care of the children. Because the more the Latino and South highlight from ourselves is we take care of family no matter what. So we want to honor some dedicated people in the community. They have the degree or not have the degree. And the one thing that make us different from other people is because we are doing from our heart and soul. So it's like we just do it. I don't know how, but we just do it. So I want to highlight some Latino, they've been doing this kind of work forever. Like Carlos Gutierrez, Ángel Sierra, Víctor Rosa, Marisol Fontañez, Julia Ortiz, Luz Rivera, and Eric Rosario. And some people know, some people, GIAC, way back, that was a lot of spot for the Latino hopping. And I was one of the youth that teach us to doing community stuff. And I never thinking once that I'm gonna make it, but I'm here. I make it. And this year, we celebrate 20 years on the anniversary, so no más lágrimas. So, some people, they're gonna kill me because I'm gonna mention the name, like Peter Myers at the Workers' Right. He was one of my mentors. Mimi, Joe Soto, rest in peace. He was one of my mentors. They teach me and show me, like he always say, you need to highlight where you're coming from. I don't care where you at, you had to highlight. And I was like, Joe Soto, I had to put my nice clothes and fix my hair. You know how it is. It's gonna take time to do this. But and honor him because he's not longer with us, but the experience and us always with us. And Patricia Rodriguez, and one of my mentors that I'm not gonna say, like she was behind with me all the time, Audrey Cooper. Audrey Cooper, it was the one that say, girl, stand up. You had to do this. And I told her I'm not gonna make it, but right now, you see, we made it. And we're standing with you guys and represent, and she always wanted to highlight not just the humanity, the human and you. Because you can say Latino, but then what's your representation? Because you got the degrees now, nobody's gonna see you. They're gonna see you as a person. How do you be a sample in this community? So I know Carmen's Arroyo. I'm sorry, Carmen, I had to say it. you know, she was behind my seat. Right now she's working at the Human Rights, and she to celebrate 20 years because me and her, we celebrate 20 years because together we was helping the community behind the scenes. And then I wanted to order my people in Puerto Rico and my family and all the stuff, and then my daughter's here. So, you know, as you have children, you know, you cannot be nothing without your children. And I'm sending here because I want them, I can be a good sample as for her and everybody else, for my youth. And especially my youth, I had to stay. And one thing that I always learn how to do, I never realized until I met my dad when I was so a little kid. Angel Torres showed me like the color, and as a human right, as a human, he showed me how to be a people person. And he showed me like blood is not, it means something, but team and be part of the familia, that's a very highlight that No Más Lágrimas do for now until I retire, or maybe they kick me out, but you know what I mean? And one thing that I want to honor today as a celebrate for the Latino Event Month, my grandma, Juana Vasquez, because Juana Vasquez, it was one of the huge community leaders in Puerto Rico and Ensenada, so he teaching us how to cook. I had no clue how to cook before, but and then she made us pot, and she said, this pot, it had magic. And I said, Grandma, how did this pot have magic? But now I realize the pot, it was kind of like a symbol, because in the pot, you can put stuff to cook. You can put some love in there. You can put your heart in there. You can put anything is gonna cook together to create a family that I'm representing today. So thank you guys, and I will see you in No Más Lágrimas at Henry St. John. Thank you, gracias.
You are an absolute inspiration, and we are so lucky to have you in our community. I just want you to know that.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, the next segment of our meeting, we are going to move on to, actually, we do have an announcement of an executive session. In accordance with Article 7, Section 105 of the Public Officers Law, the proposed acquisition, sale, or lease of real property, or the proposed acquisition of securities or sale or exchange of securities held by such public body, but only when publicity would substantially affect the value thereof. Now on to privilege of the floor for the public. Just going to read the rules for speaking under privilege of the floor. If you're here and would like to speak, please fill out one of the blue forms that's located at the table at the back of the room. Number 1, I agree to a 3-minute time limit. Number 2, I agree not to raise my voice. Number 3, I agree not to use lewd, obscene, profane, slanderous, or libelous language, or speak or act in a manner that would tend to incite a breach of the peace. Number 4, I agree not to speak about county personnel matters. Personnel matters include comments about the job performance of named county employees other than elected officials. Number 5, after 3 minutes, I agree to leave the microphone and yield the floor. Transferring time to another person is not permitted. Number 6, I agree that if I cause a disruption and am asked to leave, I will leave the chambers. So far, we have 2 speakers. The first one is James Smith. Right over there.
Hello, I'm Jim Smith. I've lived and worked in the city of Ithaca as a paramedic for 5 years. I'm here to talk about the encampments. I'm not going to wing it tonight. I think the city's been doing enough winging. You've seen the recent news about the encampments, the murders, the stabbing. I recently had a call where I had to go deep in the woods, dodge a metal rake and chicken wire set up as razor wire at shoulder level. It was easy to see during the day, probably not so easy at night. An hour later, the police were chasing a man with a machete into the same area. He had just attempted to rob Walmart with a machete. The people in the encampments have brutal lives. I try to treat them with the respect and compassion that they deserve. I have carried a body out of the encampments. In my 5 years there have been murders, stabbings, assaults, serious burns from methamphetamine manufacturing, drownings, overdoses, rapes, and sexual assault. The encampments are not safe for the occupants. They are not safe for first responders. How do you protect from somebody deep in the woods, in the dark at night, jumping out with a machete or a knife, high on drugs, or having a mental health crisis? Winter depopulates. The city is complicit in this. You need to decide whether you want to be. Winter depopulates the encampments. The city needs to do it the rest of the year until they have a plan and infrastructure in place. Yet, like the word Voldemort, some council persons are unwilling to say the word enforcement. They do not want the police involved, which is ironic, as they are probably the people that have saved the most lives of the residents in the encampments by the rapid administration of Narcan. We have a wonderful police department. I'm hoping for some oversight from the county. I have some questions. My last one, in case I run out of time, is if the city does not have a realistic plan for the encampments, do you want to be involved? The questions I would have is, why is the Tompkins County Health Department not citing the city for illegal camping with no sanitation? How much meth is being made? We only go there when somebody is seriously burned. Is it once in 5, once in 100? New York State considers meth labs hazmat sites. Does the soil need to be tested for methamphetamines? Is remediation required before legal camping is allowed there? Who's going to pay for the costs of remediation? Is the water in the southern inlet being tested for the fecal runoff and the chemical runoff possibly from methamphetamine manufacturing? Do the recreational people need to be aware of this, Cornell crew or kayakers? Will there be any policies for these encampments? How will they be enforced? Will there be 24/7 supervision or monitoring? Nights are the most problematic. Is there any behavior so egregious that it would require immediate expulsion from the campsites? Is the air from the frequent fires seen there being monitored? Do the residents in the area need to be sheltered in place? What is the product of combustion? Is it chemicals from meth labs, which is one thing? Is it wood or something else? Is there any limit to the number of campers? What are the costs? How much is it going to be? Could the money be utilized in a better way? And I guess I could go back to my last question again. If the city does not have a realistic plan, which I have seen no evidence of, do you want to be involved? I hope you will. I saw you started your own committee. Thank you. Thank you all.
James, first off, thank you for your comment. I don't typically do this, but I was wondering, is there any way that we could get a copy of your notes with your questions?
Yes.
Or if you want to email Katrina, that would be helpful for us. Thank you. Zach Wynn is next.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Zach Wynn. I live here in the city. Tomorrow, the city is set to pass a draft policy for unsanctioned encampments on city land. And at the previous meeting of the PDC committee, proposed red zones with high priority enforcement of the law against camping itself have been gutted from the plan. Nearly a year of work has been wiped away, and as it stands, only the proposed green zone remains in the proposal. I would have imagined that following the death of Thomas Rath and his kidnapping from the jungle, there would have been an urgency to address these encampments by the city. I appreciate that the legislature has begun a working group on the encampments, and I feel compelled to reiterate that the city cannot be relied upon to manage the crisis. People are being victimized on a regular basis, and these lawless areas could be cleaned up and eliminated in a matter of days if the will to do so was there. The Common Council's failure to address these encampments and the crime and violence that define them represents an abandonment of the Council's duty to provide for public safety. James is right. The City of Ithaca leadership is complicit in the deaths that occur in the jungle. The green zone itself presents a great deal of issues and the possibility of a runaway growth of the population of the area. Once word is out, you can camp there for free. New York City is seeing 10,000 migrants a week arrive. I'd invite you to consider what might happen if awareness of the green zone was to come to this population, only 4 hours away from Ithaca by bus. It is foreseeable that the green zone could be transformed into a favela teeming with refugees by the end of next year. I encourage the members of the legislature to make your opinions known to Common Council on this matter and ask you to consider speaking tomorrow at the special meeting of the Common Council. That's the end of my prepared remarks, but I've been coming here a long time, and a few of you have thanked me for, going out of my way to speak on this issue. And, I don't know what it's going to take for something to be done beyond what happened to Thomas Rath. I'm sure you've all heard a lot of the same rumors I have, and it's bad. So please do something soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Do we have anyone here on Zoom, Dominic? Okay, thank you. I did receive a call from Jorge DeFendini. Did I say that right? Okay. Earlier today, and he is unable to attend. There are two big issues he would like everyone to know that they will be talking about tomorrow in their meeting. The first one is the city MOU with Cornell that they're going to be discussing and voting on. And the second is the homelessness policy they will also be discussing and possibly voting on. So he asked for us to stay tuned. Those were going to be his updates, and he will plan on coming to our meeting, our next meeting, with updates from tomorrow's meeting. He also said if there are any legislators that have questions, feel free to pop them an email or a text. We have Rich DiPaolo here from the town of Ithaca. Hello, Rich.
Hello there. Hi. Thanks for having me. I'll try to keep this brief. I'm just here to hit the high points, what the town's been up to. Naturally, we're also paying attention to the encampment issue because there's the potential for some activity in the town as well along the inlet. So we, are anxious to know what's going to be coming. We've been involved in meetings, but don't really have, going to be more reactive at this point rather than proactive as we wait to see what you guys are up to. Just in general, our CCA initiative, that's the community choice aggregation, has been advanced by the town and the city. It's now been branded as TGen, or Tompkins Green Energy Network. The city and the town each passed the DER plan, which allows, it's a component of the CCA that not only allows for the aggregation of buying power for renewable energy sources, but also allows for locally sited distributed energy resources for people to form cooperatives or other groups to work together to create energy locally, which is far more efficient than getting it from the grid. So that's moving along well. We're waiting for the Public Service Commission to get its act a little bit more together. Our budget is moving along. Our budget meeting is on the 5th of October. Right now, it looks like we're looking at a 1 to 1.5% levy increase, which is well under the tax cap. We were able to achieve that by appropriating some fund balance. Our sales tax revenue was higher than we budgeted for. And of course, interest earned from higher interest rates, of course, is also a factor. So we had a little bit more money than we anticipated. That's good news. We recently enacted a limited historic commercial overlay zone that will, whereby owners of historic properties can apply to the town for a designation that would give them some uses that aren't typically allowed in the underlying zones. And the idea there is that the revenue from, say, uses like short-term rental, et cetera, would be enable them to maintain these important historic resources. So that's moving along. We're working with city staff, working out the details of that, working with city staff and the Ithaca Landmarks Preservation Commission. to review applicant properties. We're also, first of all, grateful for county support to explore the potential for an affordable housing component in our South Hill traditional neighborhood development. That's at the intersection of King Road and Route 96. So we look forward to seeing what can be done to sort of solve that problem, which seems to be a tough one to solve. So thank you for that. And I guess finally, we're also participating in discussions regarding Safe Streets for All initiative. The city's taken the lead on that. I guess the idea is to try to envision a more comprehensive multimodal transportation network. And since the county has so many roads and control over so many rights of way, we just assume that there would be a better project if the county did have a voice in what was happening. So that's pretty much it on our side. If there's any questions, I'll give it a shot.
Thank you, Rich. Any questions from legislators? Rich John.
Thank you for coming, by the way. Always appreciate getting the reports. Has the town of Ithaca had discussions about the encampments, and is there any sense of a policy from that direction on whether camping should be allowed or not allowed, or should there be enforcement? Don't want to put you on the spot.
As I indicated, I mean, we've been hearing from residents along 5 Mile Drive, people who are concerned, who are experiencing some issues related to camping in that area. There are concerns, but at this point, since the city and to some extent the county had been involved, we've seen the draft plan. I have my own opinions about it regarding whether or not a multi-tiered approach can be created that simply essentially allows for certain laws to just be ignored. I don't really know, but at this point, the town hasn't adopted a policy. It's more or less, we're going to see what the city comes up with, and then I would say just go from there, because it seems like we could go one way, the city could go another way, and I think we're going to have to try to work together, considering the shared, the problems near the municipal boundaries. So, but we have participated in joint planning discussions, but we haven't adopted a policy of our own at this point.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Any other questions for Rich DiPaolo from the town of Ithaca? Okay, thanks again, Rich, for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Have a good meeting, folks.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay, next we're going to do privilege of the floor for legislators. Amanda Champion and Dan Klein.
Thanks. If you hadn't heard, the public library is currently closed. They will be closed until October 2nd. Our wonderful facilities department is redoing the HVAC system, which has been needed for some time, and it's very intrusive. They're taking ceiling panels off, covering things with plastic sheets, so nobody can be in the building. So it's closed until the 2nd, reopening on the 3rd. And then I just wanted to say that I went to the NISAC fall conference last week. Was that last week? That was last week. And it was very informative. It was definitely, I learned some things, but the one thing that I wanted to bring up here was there was a workshop on AI and the growing use of AI in pretty much every facet of life. And the workshop that I was in talked a little bit about the history and changes of technology over the years. And I think the woman was from NACO, like Technology Committee, so she had sort of a governmental perspective on the whole thing. But I guess I just wanted to let everyone know, and I think that maybe we need to start thinking about some sort of policy or how we are going to be using AI. I'm sure our staff are already using applications. I think this is the next big thing in our culture. The woman presenter said it's the biggest thing since sliced bread, and I think it actually might be bigger than that. It's going to change the way that we interact with each other and with the world. So I think as a government entity, we need to start thinking about how we use it and how employees use it. And I think that's all I wanted to say. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Next is Dan Klein.
I just wanted to mention the COVID vaccines are out, and I was able to go online on Sunday and get an appointment this week. It was very easy, so I think there's a lot of opportunities. If you're anxious to get one, go ahead and sign up, and you should be able to get one pretty quickly. Just wanted to share that. Thanks.
Mike Lane.
A couple of things tonight, if I may. One is to start out with is a sad bit of news, and that is a former legislator, and I'm trying to remember whether she was here at the time of the Board of Representatives too, has recently passed away. I just got word of that. That's Suzanne Davis. Suzanne Davis was, among other things, the first African-American member of our body. She served with distinction, and she had to leave her position when her jobs and employment took her to another city. I know we'll have more to say about Suzanne probably at the next meeting, but I wanted to make sure everyone was aware that this was pretty sad. I think I'm probably the only one here that served with her. We were in the old chambers, and she sat on my left, and I enjoyed her, and I enjoyed working with her. The other thing I wanted to talk about today is one of the things I've talked about before, and that's the Ukraine war. There were speeches at the UN today. One was from President Zelensky of the Ukraine, one was from our President, Biden. There'll be more. It's so important that the nations of this world come together to oppose the things that have happened with the Russian actions in support of its autocracy. We can't allow other countries to invade one another and just take territory. We can't allow them to terrorize folks, to use the threat of destroying a nuclear power plant as a threat, as a way of leveraging what they want to do. This week, we also commemorated the 9/11 incident in New York City when the towers were destroyed and when the Pentagon was attacked and when the people in the plane over Pennsylvania took it down so it wouldn't go into our capital. We need to remember about what that was about and how we came together. There are people out there now that are saying, well, this Ukraine thing has gone on too long and it's cost us a lot of money and we really need to pull back from that. Well, there have always been isolationists in this country, whether it was the ones that Woodrow Wilson had to deal with or Franklin Roosevelt or others. It's much easier to say, well, let's just pretend we're between two oceans and we don't have to worry about the rest of the world, but we do. And if 9/11 didn't show us that, I don't know what did. So I just hope folks will think about that and think about what's going on and be supportive of our actions in the United States in helping another democracy try to survive.
Thank you, Mike. I have Ann Corman, Deborah Dawson, and Veronica Pillar.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Sorry to hear about Suzanne Davis. My heart goes out to her family and friends and colleagues. Regarding, just want to follow up on something my colleague Amanda Champion said regarding sliced bread. I can relate to that, especially if you eat sourdough bread. It's very hard to slice. Let's see, I attended also or at least part of the NISAC conference, and I attended two committees that I'm on. And the first one is the Committee on Economic Development, Environment, and Energy. And I just want to mention two of the resolutions, or the two resolutions that passed through that committee. And one is to urge New York State to develop a comprehensive approach to regulating PFAS and holding manufacturers accountable for its use and its treatment cost. And PFAS is a group of toxic chemicals that are used in a lot of the different things that you purchase, including pillows and mattresses, clothing, furniture, things you eat with. So I thought it was interesting that this resolution only talks about landfills and water treatment, those chemicals, as they're going through that process. We still haven't really talked about the effects on human beings and how someone, anybody being responsible for that, or any money put aside to help people with the health effects. So anyway, there was that one. And then in the other, let's see if there's one more. Just a second. Yeah, I think there's just one on that committee. And then the other committee I'm on is the Climate Action Committee, and one of the resolutions was urging New York State to counter misinformation through a statewide public education campaign on the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act and Scoping Plan. And the main reason that the group is asking for that is because if the state is not putting out information, what's happening is lobbyists and special interest groups are putting out their information. And so we're asking the state to actually put out the science and the correct information about their plans. Then the other resolution, the last one, was asking NYSERDA to expeditiously implement and promote the incentives and rebates created by the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, to enhance energy efficiency and climate mitigation in New York State. So these are programs that have already been approved, but they're not implemented yet. And so, for instance, under the IRA, residents would now be eligible for 30% tax credit for home investments, rooftop solar, battery storage, energy efficient improvements to their building envelope, and heating and cooling systems. And some of that also, depending on your income, you would receive rebates, which is a huge step because a lot of these past programs are just tax incentives, and if you don't make enough and you're not getting enough taxes back, the tax incentives don't help you. So this program is actually going to help people receive direct rebates for that. And that's all I had.
Thank you, Ann Corman. Next is Deborah Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Shauna and Annie and I went up to NISAC for the day to attend our standing committee meetings. More important than my standing committee meeting on taxation and finance, however, was my role in dragging Annie away from a...
what happens in Verona?
From a slot machine that had a picture of a kitten on it.
It was meowing.
Yeah, it was meowing at her, and I managed to get her away before she gambled away her entire fortune. But, so the Standing Committee on Taxation and Finance was kind of depressing, especially as we're embarking on our budget process for 2024. What a lot of the discussion was about was bad news on the EF map intercept. It seems that it might not necessarily be phased in on the schedule that was originally presented, 25% in state fiscal year 2024, 50% in fiscal year 2025, 100% in fiscal year 2026. What we have to remember is that the state began the 25% intercept on April 1st of this year, which was the beginning of its fiscal year 2024. The 50% intercept was scheduled to begin April 1 of 2024, the 100% on April 1 of 2025. But the New York State Department of Health sent a letter to all the counties a few weeks ago indicating that 100% of the intercept was going to begin January 1st, 2024. That was apparently corrected by a subsequent letter that was sent to the health departments last week. But it's a little more complicated than we thought it was going to be, because in addition to the intercept of future EFMAP funding, the state has determined that it overpaid us in prior years, and it's going to claw back those overpayments during the first 3 months of next year. Lisa will know the exact amount they'll be clawing back from Tompkins County. I don't. I can't even think about it. In addition to the intercept and the clawback, what they also have determined is that those reconciliation payments that we foiled a couple years ago, they're not going to give us that money either. So even without the clawback, and assuming that the intercept is phased in on the originally announced schedule, NYSEC is now determining that counties could expect to lose 81% of their EFMAP funding in calendar year 2024, and the remaining 19% by March 31st of 2025. NYSEC estimates that the average loss of EFMAP funding will equal 5.2% of a county's property tax levy, all by itself, with a range of 1% to 11%. By calendar year 2025, counties will be paying 100% of their statutory Medicaid cap. Lisa informs me that our statutory cap is just under $12.3 million, and we will be paying all of that in 2025. And God knows what'll happen in the out years, because I guess the state sets the Medicaid statutory cap and it can change it. NYSEC's strategy on Medicaid costs paid by counties appears to be shifting from trying to reduce county payments via EFMAP payments and reconciliations to urging the state to freeze local county costs for all state-mandated programs and to include significant new funding to reduce and eliminate the $14 billion in annual payments counties must make for state-mandated programs as part of the state's 2024-2025 budget and beyond. In fact, the NYSEC Board of Directors was scheduled to pass, and I'm sure they did pass, a resolution to that effect entitled, pathetically, Resolution Imploring New York State to Reduce the Cost of State-Mandated Programs on Local Taxpayers. So I will probably be including some version of that resolution and a couple of the other resolutions that the committee passed on our upcoming BCP agendas. But I think it's important that we bear this information in mind as we embark on our budget process. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Next is Veronica Pillar, Rich John, and Lee Shirtliff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to announce 2 events coming up in the next week. One is the Reproductive Justice Film Festival that's running here in Ithaca from this Thursday to Saturday, sponsored by the group End Abortion Stigma. There's going to be a couple of Zoom discussion sessions Thursday and Friday, and a variety of films being shown, like documentary films, from Friday to Saturday, varying coverage of abortion rights work throughout the decades and the world. Some of the films are student films. One of them is the Connie Cook documentary, who I never met her, but I know some of y'all did. She introduced legislation protecting abortion rights in New York State before Roe v. Wade. For full information, you can go to reproductivejusticefilmfest.com, and I hope you can make it out to something. And second, on Sunday from noon to 6 p.m. is Porch Fest in Fall Creek, which if you don't know, is a whole bunch of bands, musical acts, sometimes comedians performing on porches throughout the neighborhood. It is free. You can wander in, listen, buy food. It's going to be a good time. The schedule, you can go to porchfest.org, because that's right, Porchfest was founded in Ithaca back in 2007, even though you can find Porch Fests in many other places. Hope to see you there.
Thank you, Veronica. Next is Rich John.
Thank you, Shauna. And Veronica, thank you for the reminder of Porch Fest. It's good to get some good news. But from there, I would like to thank Mr. Smith for coming in and speaking with us, taking the time to come in here and ask us some really good questions. I think as a body, we have an obligation to try to answer those. But what I wanted to talk about right now is I also was fortunate to be able to go to the NYSEC conference. But for those of you at home, that's the New York State Association of Counties. It's a really helpful conference for county legislators and county employees in terms of learning what's going on in the broader community. I went to the Public Safety Committee, which I serve on, and I have been fortunate to be on that committee for several years. I would say that this was a different committee meeting. Usually they're pretty dull. You know, I hate to say that, but they're pretty dull. You know, you pass resolutions and they're, asking for technical things. But building on what Deborah was sharing, there seems to be something fundamental changing with the relationship between New York State and the counties. I have not been to one of these meetings where there was palpable anger in the room and yelling, not at each other, but just the frustration and anger of local county government officials at what New York State is doing. And we passed several resolutions. I'll talk about a couple of them. One was to provide more money for probation. And probation departments across the state really carry out state policy, and they are subject to a lot of state regulation on what they have to do. In 1990, New York State paid 46.5% of the cost of probation's functions. This year, 2023, they're paying less than 10%. They've just exited the field, but they have not backed down on what they require probation departments to do. And in fact, they've added substantially over that time to the requirements for local county probation departments. We passed resolution language about raise the age. Several years ago, there was new law passed saying 16 and 17-year-olds should not be held in local jails. This is a sensible decision, I believe, that the idea was that they should not be commingled with the general population of older people for their own protection and obviously to try to keep them on a separate path. However, when New York State passed this law, they created something called specialized secure detention facilities, which were where you were supposed to hold 16 and 17-year-olds. They have not devoted resources to building adequate specialized secure detention beds, and they've basically completely failed to solve this issue so that you have a 16 or a 17-year-old, and fortunately in Tompkins County, we very rarely have a 16 or 17-year-old that has to be held. But generally when that happens, they've done something really, really serious, and there's nowhere to put them. We have driven these children to Long Island to find a specialized secure detention bed, or we've held them in essentially an office up in the sheriff's department with somebody sitting next to them, because there is no state answer to this legislation they passed several years ago. We passed a resolution about cell phone surcharges, and this one I just didn't know about. There's about a $1.20 tax on your cell phone bill if you happen to own a cell phone. I'm sure there's a few in this room that do. New York State collects approximately $250 million that is supposed to go to 911. That's what that surcharge is for. They pay $65 million over to the county, so roughly 1/4 of the amount, and they just keep the rest. They put it into their general fund. They do not spend it on 911, and they're not using it for general public safety purposes. This is what you might call theft, but there it is. But it also creates another problem in that we are on the edge of going to ESINet, which is a fancy way of saying we're going to go to a digital 911 service. And it's really critical that we do so that you can use a text format to get to 911 and your computer, and it's all unified. It's part of making sure our people are safer. And we can't apply for federal grants because New York State is stealing that money. As I said, there was a theme here, and there was so much anger in the room. And I'm saying all this because likely we're going to have to take a vote in about a month where we're going to raise taxes on our local residents. And it is not because of what we are doing here locally. It is because of what New York State is doing in terms of stealing from the counties. And I'm using that language provocatively because it's a pattern. And we do not want to raise taxes. We've been really responsible, I believe, year on year in being really conscious of the burden on the taxpayer. We're not going to be able to hold the line this year. And it is because of these various steps all across the board that New York State is just dumping cost down the line. In happier news, there were some resolutions passed regarding EMS service, emergency medical services. And we here in Tompkins County are talking about making some fundamental changes to make sure that our ambulance service is adequate to our need. This is a pattern, again, across New York State, and there were several resolutions about network boundaries and how you can bill for insurance and can you combine services across municipal boundaries. And I also went to a presentation where Livingston and Madison counties are, I think, farther along the path we're going to go down, but there was a lot of good educational material on that. So I learned some things, but the main takeaway I had was that something is wrong and changing in a really basic way. Sorry for talking so much, but it really made an impression upon me.
Thank you, Rich. Next, Lee Shirtliff.
I wish you'd put me ahead of Deborah and Rich. Closer to home, just a couple of things I want to make mention of. A couple of events I attended in recent days that kind of underscore some of what we're doing here. Yesterday, there was a grand opening in Groton of the community cupboard, formerly known as the food pantry. And for several decades, it has been hosted by the Assembly of God Church. It's outgrown the program space and capability to host it. So they've been looking for a site for some time. And there were several potential places. And one was located just off from Main Street. And the key to it was that it was in walking distance because so many of the clients that go to the food pantry, community cupboard, are without vehicles. And just some interesting things I learned and have heard since then, and stood and observed for quite a bit of time as the people came to the new site. Yesterday alone, they had 160 families that were served, and they anticipate another 40 this week. Think about that, 200 families being served at one site in my district. They tell me that on average, the community cupboard serves 400 families a month, and last year had over 16,000 individual clients. We have roughly 800 housing units in the village of Groton, and within my district, you can probably double that number, about 1,600. Think about that. 400 families in a district that hosts 1,600 housing units that are receiving services from a food pantry community network. It gives you an idea of some of the struggles that we have out in that area. These are folks that subsist, a good share of them, I know, on Social Security. They don't shop at Wegmans, they don't shop at Tops or Trader Joe's. They're lucky if they can get to Aldi's or the dollar store. And without the community cupboard and pantry, I'm not so sure what would happen. But I applaud the volunteers that have taken this effort and have expanded that program, and that's serving a wide community need. Similarly, last week we had a community meeting. Village of Groton is applying for a New York Forward grant to see if they can get state grant funding to revitalize the Main Street and Main Corridor areas, and some of that would be directed towards small businesses. I know the Village of Dryden is similarly pursuing a grant, and there have been some other successes in the region. And we had a public meeting, listening session, and a good number of the community showed up to kind of give their ideas as to what this type of grant might do in the community. But as part of a strength, weakness, opportunity, threat exercise, SWOT exercise, almost every comment that came back on that sheet was the lack of a grocery store and lack of a pharmacy in my district. And I don't know economically if the private enterprise could ever put one back out there, but it underscores the difficulties that a lot of our disadvantaged and elderly residents have. And all those things together, you know, are going to bear into my thinking as we move forward on the budget. I know we're going to have some pressures that Deborah and Rich have outlined, and I'm sure Norma's going to be telling us about here in a little while. You know, when I've got citizens that are having a tough time just putting food on the table, that really will have a bearing on how I look at the budget process moving ahead and some of the major projects that we've been hopeful to have happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Next is Greg Mezzi.
Yeah, thank you. Two quick things. Just want to give a shout out. I know myself, Legislator Corman, Dawson, Klein, and Sigler attended the grand opening celebration dedication ceremony for, and I'm going to look at my notes here so I get this right, the 14th Dalai Lama Library and Learning Center out in the town of Ithaca. It was a really, really interesting, educational, immersive experience. The food was incredible. I didn't want to be, you know, overzealous and take too much, but I wanted to go back and eat like multiple plates because it was incredible. But it's just really neat to have such a cultural asset like that in our community. The Dalai Lama provided a video message and sent, you know, some of his very close advisors to, you know, say some words and remarks. So it was really interesting. If you haven't been out there, this was actually my first time visiting that site and that space. And now with the new addition of the Library and Learning Center, which I thought was really interesting because it's really one of the takeaways I took away was it's not necessarily the idea to spread Buddhism, right, and evangelize in a way, but it's more of this idea of creating a space for allowing one individual mind and soul and heart to, you know, find peace and information and grow. So it was just a really, really beautiful ceremony. So big shout out to the folks that put that together. It seemed like it was a tremendous amount of work because there was gifts and there was ceremony and ritual and food and just so many things that went into it. So really appreciative for that experience and for the invite and to see so many of my legislative colleagues there as well. And then also, just a quick shout out to the folks at Finger Lakes Reuse. I got a chance to take a tour with Diane Cohen a couple weeks ago and see all of their different facilities. I've obviously been to some of the reuse outlets, but just to see sort of the breadth and meet some of their employees and see what they're doing with job skills and training and trying to create a reuse economy was really interesting. So just thanks for the hospitality and all the good work that they're continuing to do in the community.
Thank you, Greg. Anyone else? Veronica Pillar?
Thank you. Just wanted to briefly respond to Lee, thank you for sharing that experience and with the numbers about the Groton, sorry, not food pantry, community cupboard. Yeah. I wanted to briefly mention, I got to go to a different conference relating to local government stuff recently that I was not prepared to report back on, but one of the sessions was about the increasing privatization of everything and how we could try to reverse that. And some people were talking about various cities that were starting publicly owned grocery stores, which I frankly didn't know was a thing. Yeah, so there's people looking at options of when private enterprise is failing a community.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. I'm going to move on to my chair's report. I just want to remind our legislature and our staff, right now we're seeing some cases of COVID. And if you're not feeling well, if you have a headache, if you're feeling off, if you have runny nose, headache, I mean, we all know the symptoms of COVID, feel free to just stay home. We have approved resolutions that allow legislators to stay home if they're not feeling well. And staff are always welcome to tune in from their home office. I also want to add, I am in the middle of reading a book called Corrections in Ink by Carrie Blakinger, and I know I've talked to a few of you about this, but it is like such a phenomenal book. And for those of you that are readers, I'm actually listening to this one on Audible, and it's read by the writer, Carrie. And it talks about, she was a student at Cornell and ended up going to our local jail because she struggled with drug addiction and was using heroin. And it talks about her experience in our Tompkins County Jail, and many of her chapters are Tompkins County Jail, July 2011, Tompkins County Jail, August 2000, and it's really, the way that she writes, it's very visual, but it's just, she's an absolutely incredible writer. And she talks about obviously some issues with our jail. She talks about some positives of our jail. And, you know, as we talk as a legislature about redoing our jail and adding more community space and room for people to have an education and medical space, she talks to all of that. And it's really cool to hear that obviously the issues that we had, you know, back in 2005, we're obviously still having. The most incredible part of the book, of course, is like hearing her life after being incarcerated locally. She went to prison, and right now she's working as an author and a writer at the LA Times. And she ends up writing for the Houston Chronicle and the New York Times. And, you know, it's just incredible the journey she's had. So I would encourage everyone, go out, buy this book. It's really eye-opening. And I think your impression of what happens behind bars will probably be changed. So the next topic I have, as chair of the legislature, I would like to establish and appoint members to the Downtown Facility Special Committee of this legislature. The special committee will be charged with the scope to review the county's current space needs, including office space, parking requirements, and community needs. In addition, the special committee shall oversee the process moving forward with the necessary planning that includes the preparation and review of architectural, engineering, schematic, and design documents for the construction of our Center of Government building in the 300 block of North Tioga Street. The special committee will also determine the options for departmental placement within downtown facilities, including the Center of Government building, and present options to the Tompkins County Legislature for consideration. The membership of this committee will include legislators Randy Brown, Susan Curry, Deborah Dawson, Rich John, Mike Lane, Greg Mezzi, and Veronica Pillar. And Randy Brown will be the chair of this committee, and Susan Curry will be the vice chair. The term I'm going to set forth for this special committee will be 15 months, and it will be eligible for renewal or reappointment if more time is needed. I also would like to let my colleagues know that I have been appointed to the NYSEC board as an at-large member. I'm honored to serve for the next year and would like to thank Albany County Executive and New York State Association of Counties' new president, Daniel McCoy, for appointing me. We have all gained a great value being members of NYSEC, and I'm looking forward to continuing to advocate for Tompkins County at the state level. We've been hearing loud and clear lately about transportation options and access are top of mind for many of our residents. We've received feedback and public comment in many conversations with constituents and in our strategic planning process. It's clear that there are opportunities to improve access to our public and provide sustainable transportation options. For the county, that means continuing to invest and advocate for TCAT. No matter how much we want them to succeed, hiring enough drivers and mechanics is a challenge that's going to be difficult to overcome. No one likes seeing routes delayed or cut, and the employees who work so hard every day at TCAT know that better than any of us. I understand it's hard to be patient with things like worker shortages when you can't get where you need to go. We are seeing this in all industries, including retail, restaurants, and our airports. There have to be more solutions for our county. Relying on a network of accessible transportation options is what will ultimately keep our community moving forward. That's why I'm very proud to say that Ithaca Car Share will also be allowed to restart their operations. I know many of you have worked hard in lobbying our state representatives and our governor, and I hope the campaign to save the car share will also spur more people to become active in the program and to use this service and to look at their own need for personal vehicles. More shared transportation options mean less potholes and less traffic issues, two issues I think we can all agree on. I'm looking forward to the county and our partners continuing to address transportation strategically. I want to thank every client, staff member, and community member who showed up at our strategic planning community forums last week. The ideas and feedbacks that we get from these sessions are invaluable and will help with future county planning and budgeting. Lastly, the search for our county attorney has begun with applications that are going to be due October 15th. This is a key position for our organization and community. I'm hopeful that we will get several excellent applicants. And if anyone knows of someone who might be interested in the job, please send them to our county website. Thank you. Next, we are going to move to reports by our county administrator, Lisa Holmes, and Norma Jane is also here. Yes, you know, actually, you know what, if we could move this around a little bit and have the Director of Finance, Lori Scarrett, go, and we have an audit presentation as well, so that Incerno doesn't have to stay for our full meeting.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. One quick update is that the Comptroller's Office will be releasing the fiscal stress reports that they do on all the municipalities the end of this month. I am very pleased to let you know that our delinquent AUD report that we sent in was accepted, and we will be part of that fiscal stress monitoring report. I also got word from the Comptroller's Office that no counties that were in the scoring were scored as in stress. So we will have the details of that coming soon, so I wanted you to be aware of that. I also I'm so happy and proud to have Insero here tonight with the audited financial statements. And I want to give a huge shout out and thank you to the finance staff that worked long hours and weekends, especially Drew and Daryl, to accomplish this. And I'd also like to thank Conrad, because he went above and beyond to help us through this too. So Insero staff in the background also I would like to thank very much, as well as the many, many departments that also helped us out getting data and answering questions so we could pull this off. And it was a feat accomplished by many. So I wanted to thank everyone for that. And with that, I'd like to introduce Conrad White with Insero, and he will have a presentation for you.
He can sit here if that's, okay.
You're a popular person.
Well, use your ear.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for having me here tonight. So I do want to echo some of the comments that Lori just made about how great it was to have that teamwork between our firm as well as the county in getting this audit prepared. I know it's a little later than usual, but there were a lot of circumstances, especially with one of the most comprehensive new standards that we had to go through for this year. And I will speak about that in a little bit. I'm going to give you more of a brief overview of the financial statements. I did go through a lot with the budget committee last week, but if you do have any questions, please stop me at any time and go ahead and ask any questions that you may have on the report itself. So I will be mostly speaking from the executive summary tonight. It should be the top booklet that you have. So for our financial statements, the first thing that we do have is probably the most important thing that concerns the county, which is the independent auditor's report on the basic financial statements. For this, we do give the county an unmodified opinion, which is the highest form of opinion, which is a clean opinion on the financial statements as a whole for 2022. In addition, we have the independent auditor's report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance and other matters based on the audit. We are happy to inform that we did not find there were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in the internal control or the financial reporting, and no material instances of non-compliance. We noted none of those items for this year. Now, as the county did expend over $750,000 in federal funds for the current year by quite a bit of money, you actually spent $36 million in federal funds for the current year. We also were tasked with doing a single audit report or uniform guidance for Tompkins County. And with that, in the independent auditor's report on compliance for each major program and internal control over compliance and required by uniform guidance, we also found no instances of non-compliance or material internal control weaknesses. Now with that, we did test 4 programs within the county this year, one being your ARP funding, another being your SNAP funding, highway planning and control was another one, and I believe your airport improvement program. Those are the 4 representative programs that we took a look at this year. They represented about 30% of your total federal funds that we looked at for the current year. Now, in addition to all these reports that we do give you, we also have a communication with those charged with governments at the conclusion of the audits, and we did not note any comments of concerns with our communications with those government. In fact, this is probably one of my favorite audits of the years in terms of having to deal with your finance department, from Lori, who's new to me in this audit, to Drew, to Daryl. It's very refreshing to come here and be able to talk with them and have that kind of transparency that we look for as auditors in the field within governments. So it is a pleasure to be here on a yearly basis. Now, in addition, we do have a management comment letter that does discuss some of the most upcoming accounting standards, as well as a couple issues, not really issues, but comments that we wanted to make regarding some things that we did find during the current year. But for right now, I'm just going to give you an overview of your general fund, as it is your main operating fund for the current year. If you go with me to page 2, as you can see, your total assets for your general fund did increase from $116 million to $135 million. Your biggest increase being cash over the prior year. You had a lot of increases in your revenues, as well as you were holding on to a lot of cash that had to do with the ARP funding. You're holding on to this cash until you spend that money. So in addition, what we've seen in your liabilities, which went from $41 million to $49 million, an increase in your deferred inflows and unearned revenue, where this money lives until you then expend it, at which point it will become actual revenue to the county itself. The other thing that I will highlight for your general fund is your total fund balance, which did increase from $74 million to $86 million, rather. Your biggest change right there is your unassigned fund balance. This is your residual fund balance of the amounts left over, which represented about $72 million of your total fund balance for the current year. Assigned fund balance was for amounts budgeted for next year, which is about $10 million. And then you might see some sort of an increase in your restricted. Your room tax really was your biggest increase over the prior year, which went from $400,000 to $2 million that you restricted for room tax. If you look around on page 3, this will be the last real section I talk about from the executive summary. When you look at your revenues and the expenditures for your general fund, you went from $202 million in revenues in the prior year to $208 million in the current year. Your biggest increase in that is your non-property tax items, which houses your sales taxes. What we've seen is statewide, the sales tax has really increased over the prior year. The amount that you've gotten has solely increased. But on the flip side, the amounts that you then give to the other municipalities within the county has also increased, which shows the increase, which you can see that increase in the general governmental support expenditure, which went from $37 million to $44 million. Now, within the expenditures, the last thing that I will highlight, which brings me into the new standard that I was talking about, you will see that debt service amount of about $335,000. You haven't seen that. It hasn't been around for the last 5 years. And what that represents is what we had to adjust for the county's implementation of GASB statement number 87, which really took a lot of work on both of our parts to implement the lease standard. The lease standard for lessees and lessors really entailed having the county then show the amounts on the face of the financial statements of what you actually have as a payable in terms of your lease over the total life of the lease and how much is owed to you over the total life of the lease. But to do that, we had to then reflect some of these numbers within your fund level financial statements. And the other thing you'll see is the proceeds of obligations as one of the last items on page 3, towards the bottom, about $673,000. This number represents what we had to adjust to show new leases that were taken on by the county that you now have to pay on, but is not really something that that is revenue to the county itself in the current year. It's not really revenue, it's what we have to show to then make the amount tangible per what the GASB standard really shows. And I will take a little bit of time and go to the big booklet. It should be the booklet at the back. And we will go straight to page 61. Now, this is a good representation of what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the new lease standards. At the top of page 61 is what we call the lease liabilities. Now, out of all the information that we look through with our staff, not only here in Ithaca, but in Rochester, we determined that these were the most credible leases for the county itself that were material to the financial statements. And as you can see, your lease liability right now stands at $1.3 million. This represents how much over the life of these leases you will be paying, and you can see the final maturity goes out to, it looks about 2033 is your latest one. If you then go over to page 62, this represents your lease receivable. The county is also a lessor in a number of facets, and these are amounts that will be due to you over the foreseeable future, which amounts to $3.2 million. So as you can see, it's both money that you're owed and money that you owe to other individuals. And that's really the biggest takeaway from what GASB has decided that we need to show. And this will also lead into next year, GASB statement number 96. And I know we've had conversations with Lori already about how we're implementing that. It is sort of akin to GASB 87 in that it will start to take a look at your technology payments and lease type technology payments and how we are going to then show those within our financial statements. GASB really does a number in making our daily lives a little harder on a yearly basis, but we will take on that. We'll take on that challenge, and we will make sure that in the next year we have a seamless transition into getting GASB number 96 up and running, and everything else we want to make sure that is seamless and running into next year as well. Any questions?
Yeah, just real quick, the discount rate on the leases, I'm sure there's some logic behind it, but could you just share how the discount rate comes into play?
So the discount rate, there's one of two ways. Either it's something that might have been on the face of the contract itself, it might have come from the contract itself, or if not, we would look at the prevailing rate at the time that the lease was in, what we call the lease was enacted. We might go back to that, see what the prevailing rate was at that time, and then that's how we would try to determine what the actual discount rate is, and that will then determine what the principal amount versus the interest amount on the payments that have been made are.
Got it, okay. So you go through each one and calculate it for?
Yes. Okay. And it's not just leases, it's payments, recurring payments that could be termed as leases. So it's not just you have a lease agreement, that's what we're looking at. We actually had to go through all recurring payments that the county makes to determine if they met the criteria and the standard for GASB 87.
Thank you for doing that tedious work.
And that's why it took so long, so, yeah.
Good
we
luck on the
appreciate
technology
it.
stuff.
Mike Ziegler and then Randy Brown.
I don't know if this is within your scope, but if you go to page 3 and you look at real property taxes, December 31st, 2021, 52.723, and then it actually goes down in 2022, and that's kind of an outlier. Like, that doesn't generally happen. So I don't know if you have an explainer behind that. I mean, it happens in some communities, it just doesn't happen in ours, so.
I'm not sure off the top of my head why that we do an entry on a yearly basis where we try to true up the property taxes. This year it was about $7.8 million that I think we have to move between the real property tax line item as well as the non-property tax line item, and I believe that amount was $5 million in the prior year. Mm-hmm. So it was only so that $2 million could really lead to why you saw a decrease this year.
Sure.
Randy Brown.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see all the ones you had to go through. I had no idea there were that many of them. But so the first page, 61, is these are payments the county is obligated to make.
Yes.
Okay. And the other one is where we're receiving funds.
Yes.
So on the first one, Cornell Crop Extension, 615 Willen Ave, and I could be completely wrong about this, but I thought that was funds that the county loaned CCE for their building. And it could be wrong. I know that they did. The county did loan money to Cornell Crop Extension because they had a roof collapse or some other things there, and so they took out a loan, and I hope they're paying it back. So that was the only one. That was the only one I noticed. Okay. I'm not sure it's that one, but I was just.
So I guess I'm wondering at this point, this was supposed to be like a 15-minute presentation, and it's essentially like the 30,000-foot view. Deborah, has budget had a presentation as well?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm wondering if we can keep it at the 30,000-foot view and get to like the nuts and bolts of the audit here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was actually finished.
Okay,
finished with
that's great.
With my part of my presentation.
And then if there are further questions, Lori or Conrad, legislators, I'm assuming can email you with questions.
But we do have to accept this tonight.
Yep. Was it Rich that had your hand up, Rich?
Yeah, just my understanding, and thank you for your presentation. My understanding is when you say GASB, these are accounting standards that you have to apply, and they're new, but our financial position has not changed in any way. You just need to report far more information to reflect obligations that extend out over multiple years.
Yes, that's really, in my view, what GASB asks us to do is more taking the governmental view and more taking it into a for-profit view.
Yeah, I guess my point is that while it's far more complicated, it hasn't changed our financial position in any way.
No, and that's why I highlighted the general fund at first, because I wanted to make sure that our goal is to make sure that you understand where you are financially in that general fund before I show you all the changes that have happened and what we're doing.
Okay. Deborah, would you like to go ahead and move the resolution to accept the audit?
Yes, that would be my pleasure. I now move Resolution Q, acceptance of audited financial report for the fiscal year ended 12/31/22, ID 11904.
Seconded by Rich John. And are there any questions or comments? Okay, we're going to do a roll call tonight.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
14 ayes. Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much, Conrad and Lori and your staff for working so many hours to create this report with the information. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you next. Lori, do you have anything else to report for us? Okay. Any questions for Lori, our Director of Finance? Okay. Next, we will move on to County Administrator. And Norma Jane is here, and Lisa Holmes is here via Zoom.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm going to start us off. I hope you can hear me. I'm going to go through the presentation on the budget tonight. And I just want to start off. There have been many different cruel twists of fate in this year's budget process. And the topper is tonight that I'm unable to be there in person with you. Unfortunately, I tested positive for COVID, so I'm keeping my distance. I'd much rather be there with you all in person, but I'm sure you'd rather not have me there. So let's see. I'm gonna start sharing my screen, and hopefully you can see that okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, terrific. All right, and I too would like to start off by thanking my staff, in particular Norma Jane, our Deputy County Administrator, and Samantha Freilich, our budget analyst, for all the work they've done to date and still are doing on the budget preparation, which is also involves a lot of late nights, evenings, weekends, and not only the budget preparation, which normally entails that, but the transition to the new budget database. And thank you to you all in the legislature and department heads and staff that are in the process of learning the new software. Appreciate your willingness to learn and your patience as we unroll this year's online budget book. It's still very much a work in progress. So I'm going to jump right in to the 2024 recommended operating budget totals just over $245 million. It includes a tax levy of over $53.4 million, which is an increase of 2% over the 2023 levy amount. And you'll recall in June at our second budget retreat with the legislature, you requested a budget with a 2% target increase. We were able to achieve that, but only through some significant reductions in unfilled positions and in other areas, which I'll be going into. This year's estimated property tax cap, oh, I'm sorry, this should state levy increase from 2023 would be 2%, and the property tax cap for 2024 would be 3.4%. The impact for the owner of a median priced home would be $53 in that median priced home of $249,000. The recommended budget also includes a planned increase of $5 in the solid waste fee to support the operations of the Recycling and Materials Management Department. And on the capital side, we're proposing a capital budget of about $141 million. Okay. So then I'm going to just go through an overview of the larger economic and fiscal environment that shapes our budget projections, and the signals, once again, are mixed. Jumping in with inflation, last year around this time, as you can see, inflation was at a 40-year high of 9.1% in June of 2022. And as you can see in the graph, inflation has declined a great deal, though not to the extent that the Federal Reserve would like to see. August's inflation rate was 3.7%. The Fed has raised interest rates by 5.25 percentage points over 16 months, and they're prepared to go even higher by the end of the year to reach its 2% inflation target. Though they might not go that, they may hold steady tomorrow, we'll see. But high interest rates increase the cost of borrowing, which is where we're at right now, discourage spending and reduce economic activity. The rising interest rates combined with inflation has caused the growth of household debt to surge. And the more consumers are forced to spend on servicing debt, the less they can spend elsewhere. Federal student loan borrowers haven't had to make payments in over 3 years, but will need to resume payments starting in October of this year, leading to less available household income for other spending. And current economic indicators are still mixed as to whether the U.S. will face a recession in the coming year or achieve a soft landing. So we'll need to wait and see. Consumer confidence, as we know, is an indicator that measures the degree of optimism consumers feel about the economy and their personal financial situation. When it's high, consumers make more purchases. When it's low, consumers save more and spend less. On the whole, consumer confidence has been regaining ground since low in June of 2022, and this July it reached its highest level since July of 2021. The stock market, the Dow Jones can serve as a bellwether for the overall stock market, and it's performed very well for the first half of 2023. And the S&P and NASDAQ composite index are seeing even larger returns than the Dow. Experts are calling the market mildly bullish in the near term. And depending on what you read, some see a recession looming in 2024, others a soft landing. So again, mixed there. And now looking at annual average unemployment rates. After the very high unemployment in 2020, the year 2020 caused by COVID, unemployment declined in 2021 and 2022. Tompkins County's average unemployment rate of 2.6% was lower than the Southern Tier region at 3.4%, and the rest of New York State at 4.3%. 2.6% is as low as it's been in over the last 10-year period. And what does a low unemployment rate tell us? It's one indicator that the economy is strong and that things are going well in the labor market. However, it also has led to a high demand for workers and wage inflation. With fewer people in the labor pool, employers are forced to increase wages to attract and retain talent, and this is true for the public sector and for employers like Tompkins County. This chart compares monthly unemployment rates for Tompkins County, Southern Tier, and New York State. So you can see month over month. As of July of 2023, the most recent data we have, Tompkins County's unemployment rate was 2.9, so still relatively low. Now we're shifting to look at the more local indicators of need, and starting with the number of households on supplemental nutrition assistance, or SNAP, previously known as food stamps. And it's an important program to address food insecurity. And as the number of SNAP participants rises during economic downturns, it falls as an economic recovery reaches low-income households. So it's a very responsive program to provide assistance when needed. We can see in Tompkins County over the last 5 years that SNAP caseloads have been rising since COVID. They've increased 15% since their low point in 2020, and they're up 7% from July 2022 to July of 2023. In this slide, you can see the month by month and year over year increase in the number of individuals on SNAP over the last 3 to 4 years. The 2020 numbers are in red, and with the exception of the 2021 numbers, oops, excuse me. Let me go back. The 2021 numbers are higher than 2020 in green. The 2022 numbers are in purple, and they're still higher. And then you can see 2023 year to date is in orange. And that's kind of the top line. You can see we started off 2023 with even further increases, and we leveled off somewhat in the spring and summer months. So the number of individuals on SNAP is still on the rise. Now we're looking at the number of people on temporary assistance to needy families, or TANF, and that's been on the decline over the last several years, but it's risen by 8% since January of 2022. TANF is a federal block grant passed through to the states and localities that provides cash assistance to families, and it provides a limited lifetime benefit of 5 years. There is no county share that goes into TANF. It's 100% federally funded. So once a family or an individual reaches that 5-year limit for TANF and is no longer eligible, they become eligible for safety net assistance. And when safety net, there is no time limit with safety net, and there is a local share involved. It's 71% borne by the county, 29% by the state. So in Tompkins County, we had been seeing an overall decline in safety net cases over the year. And during the pandemic, those cases continued to decline. There were many other federal and state supports available, such as unemployment benefits and stimulus monies, eviction moratorium. And then after September of 2021, you can see in this chart, you can see in the chart down here, it reached the low, and after which the numbers have risen and fallen, are now about 15% higher than they were in that 2021 low. So part of the increase in mandate costs that we'll be seeing in 2024 is due to the increase in safety net cases we're now serving through DSS. And again, counties pick up 71% of the costs of safety net. So now I'll get into some of the major drivers that we're impacting the budget in 2024. And I'm going to start on the expenditure side with mandate increases. I'm going to take a pause here for a little tea. Okay, and Deborah gave us a nice foreboding of this conversation. The overall cost of mandate services, mandated increases, we're going to see an increase by 5.5 million in 2024. These costs are offset by other increases in state funding, resulting in a net increase of 2.2 million in mandates. That increase alone is equivalent to a 4.2% tax levy increase. So I'll just let that sink in. But right now, just if holding everything else constant, just looking at the mandates, it's a 2.2% or $2.2 million increase, which alone is equivalent to a 4.2% tax levy increase. By definition, the county is statutorily required to provide and pay for these services, and yet we have no control over the cost. The main programs accounting for these increases include first, Enhanced Federal Medicaid Assistance Percentage, EFMAP, and in the state budget includes the state's intercept of EFMAP. And again, that was not a political, it was not a decision made through the budget process, but rather the state chose to change the way they interpreted the Affordable Care Act to state that they could intercept these funds that had been offsetting counties' costs of Medicaid since 2012. So it was a policy change, and the state legislature could not put that back in. The magnitude of this cost shift is unprecedented, and it effectively transfers the burden of paying for Medicaid from state income taxes to county property taxes. And this is a significant change in policy which undermines several prior governors' efforts to rein in the impact on local property taxes associated with the Medicaid program. And it also, in the same year, the Medicaid program, there were expansions in spending, there were increases in spending and new services offered in the Medicaid program, which the counties are on the hook for. So the state's intercept of EFMAP funding will be phased in over the next 2 years. And again, as Deborah had mentioned, starting with this year, actually in 2023, is the 25% increase. 50% of the costs were to be assumed in 2024 and 100% of the costs assumed in 2025. And we received a letter from the State Department of Health informing us of this. And therefore, in the 2024 budget, we budgeted conservatively and said that we would assume 75% of the full costs in 2024, amounting to a $1.25 million increase. And on September 14th, just last week, counties were notified that due to the clawback of an overpayment of COVID EFMAP funds in the first quarter of 2024, our actual increase will be $1.61 million. So it's about roughly a $400,000 difference that we were just informed about. Due to this last minute notification, this increase was not able to be factored into our 2% budget target. So if the 2% budget target is adopted, or 2% levy increase is adopted, those additional funds will need to be taken from the mandate contingency fund. And again, as Deborah mentioned, this reduction in EFMAP funding does not account for the additional loss of millions of federal dollars that New York State has kept for the 6 years where no EFMAP reconciliation occurred. For Tompkins County, that additional amount is estimated to be between $3.5 and $5.7 million. So that money is gone, and the state has said they are not going to reconcile or give back the counties. So that's just one of the mandate increases. The other safety net, and I mentioned that just previously, Tompkins County's residents who are on safety net has increased, and those numbers also include the increase in individuals needing emergency shelter. The increase in net local cost of safety net is estimated to be about 1.1 million. And assigned council 18B funding. New York State's budget this year increased the assigned council program rates from $75 per hour to $158 per hour, and they provided funding to cover 50% of the costs of that increase. The increase in mandated local costs for assigned council is estimated at about $367,000 in 2024. The next budget driver is labor costs, which are largely determined by the terms of our collective bargaining agreements. The county has a current contract with Road Patrol through 2025. Blue collar and white collar contracts expire at the end of this year, and we're in active negotiations with blue collar, and white collar negotiations will begin shortly thereafter. We're also in mediations with corrections on a contract that expired at the end of 2017. The county's compensation analysis, 2022, also included a market analysis of wages and indicated several positions where market adjustments are needed to remain competitive, particularly in blue collar, management, and confidential. Wage adjustments identified through the compensation analysis are being addressed as a component of the labor negotiations, and salary and fringe costs are estimated to grow by $5.3 million in the 2024 budget. Again, that includes both salary and fringe. Okay, so meeting the goal of a 2% tax levy increase involved a soft hiring freeze, which resulted in cutting about 9.5 FTEs, full-time equivalents, unfilled positions across several departments. So these were not attached to people in the positions. They were unfilled positions. Vacant positions were reviewed and chosen for reduction based on whether they were supported by local, state, or federal funding. And positions that were heavily funded with state, federal, or other grant funding weren't considered. They weren't going to save us money, nor were positions where we needed to maintain mandatory minimums, such as corrections or Department of Emergency Response. Efforts were made not to cut multiple positions within a single department, and the selection process was not necessarily indicative of the importance of these positions to ongoing departmental operations, but rather they were the vacancies that were available for reduction at the time of budget preparations, and departmental targets were then reduced accordingly. The 2024 budget reflects a total county workforce of 805 full-time equivalents, roughly on par with where we were in 2023. The 9.5 positions, which were cut in the soft hiring freeze, that number was offset by increases in positions covered within departmental budgets. State programs fully fund an additional 2 temporary positions at the Office for the Aging and 2 at Whole Health. 3 positions were funded within the Department of Social Services target budget to address the increasing need for services, as well as increasing New York State regulatory demands and audits. And finally, the sheriff added 6 special patrol officer positions within that departmental budget to meet the need for transports and airport security. So other noteworthy expenses in 2024 involve our airport. Employments continue to be down. In 2021, they were at 50% of 2019 levels, and last year, in 2022, they were at 52% of those levels. The passenger facility charges, or PFCs, that the airport receives for every eligible passenger using the airport are tied directly to the number of employments. And as employments have decreased, our PFC revenues have also decreased. Those PFC revenues had been expected to pay for the debt service on the airport's terminal project, which we have started to pay off this year in 2023. So in the 2023 budget, we have allocated funding to assist the airport to pay for its debt service and balance its operating budget. And we did so knowing that this additional funding would be necessary over the next few years until the airport can recover air service. And we know airport leadership is working very closely with the Air Service Board and others to meet with airlines in an effort to restore, expand, or bring additional air service, as well as maximize other revenue. The county also approved funding for a business recovery plan for the airport, and they are now reviewing the respondents to that RFP to get that up and going. The 2024 recommended budget includes the second of 3 diminishing one-time over-target requests to assist the airport through this period of recovery, amounting to $800,000 in 2024. It's expected that the county will need to cover the airport's annual debt service of $682,000 until employments increase and PFC revenues rebound. And to reduce the airport and the county's losses during this period of air service recovery, in the coming year, I'm recommending that the county consider options for either private support of the customs facility or suspend its operations. On an annual basis, it costs the county $220,000 to operate the customs facility, with only approximately $14,000 in direct revenue generated annually. This is insufficient to offset the cost or justify the expenditure of public funds to keep it open, because there wasn't adequate time to fully consider the legal or economic ramifications of suspending customs. The 2024 budget assumes that the facility remains open while these options are further explored. Investments in the capital program are another category of expense in the budget, and the following projects are included in the capital plan in 2024. These projects and their PAR forms, project approval request forms, have been presented at legislative program committees over the last month. And the public safety building renovations, I know it's on the agenda tonight for further discussion. In the capital budget, schematic design has been included in the capital program for 2025. It's worth noting also which projects are not included in the capital plan for 2024. The airport rescue firefighting building, our SRE building, is deferred indefinitely. We have permission from the FTA to defer due to lack of funding. So that is not included in the 2024 capital program. The commercial driver's license CDL testing site, we continue to try to find locations to host this site that wouldn't require a capital expenditure. And green facilities phases 2 and 3 are not included because of the cost escalations, make that currently prohibitive to include. The cost of phase 2 is estimated to be $15.5 million. And it's expected that some of these energy upgrades will be captured in downtown facility development as well as in other ongoing projects. To meet the 2% target goal, we made reductions to the following areas of the capital plan that are paid with cash and where the programs could still function adequately. In the planning department, we reduced the natural infrastructure by $200,000. The green fleet, we reduced by $100,000. The Highway Bridge New York Culvert Replacement Fund by $200,000. Highway machinery by $300,000, and ITS computer replacement by $100,000. So these reductions totaled $900,000, are intended only to be for 2024 with the hope of restoring those funds in 2025. Now on to the revenue side of the budget. Take one more step, please. Sales tax. After property tax, sales tax is the largest source of annual revenue for the county. Our average annual sales tax growth has been 3.9% over the last 10 years. The major outliers were the drop and subsequent rebound from the pandemic, and excluding those 2 years, our 10-year average annual growth in sales tax was 3.5%. The first 2 quarters of 2023 indicate 3.46% increase over 2022. However, sales tax is an elastic revenue and very subject to fluctuations in the economy. Given the economic indicators and the restart of the student loan payments this fall, I'm not convinced that our sales tax revenues will be as positive for the remainder of 2023, and therefore we've estimated a modest 2% increase over the 2022 actuals. So that is, we've estimated $42.6 million for 2024. Oh no, I'm sorry, we've estimated $43.45 million for 2024. Forgive me there. Next is casino revenue. We budgeted $2.1 million for 2023, and we're on track to receive it. You can see the budgeted versus actual to date. I've estimated $2.1 million once again for 2024 based on past performance. We've taken a wise and conservative approach to budgeting this revenue for many years in the past because we didn't have a track record. And now we do have a track record, and we will continue to monitor this revenue closely and make adjustments as necessary. But for 2024, we have estimated $2.1 million. We're expecting some increases in state aid in 2024, the largest portions of which will be coming to DSS, assigned counsel, and whole health. And there is an additional $3 million in state aid and $8 million in federal aid noted in the county's 2024 budget, which aren't revenue increases, but rather funds that are passed through to TCAT, which we hadn't noted in previous budgets. So I thought this was worth mentioning, that this is not an actual $11 million in state and federal aid, but it's a way of expressing the aid that we've already been receiving and passing through to TCAT in the transportation planning function. So just wanted to make you aware of that. And then finally, in the category of other, we're budgeting $800,000 in interest income for 2024, up from the $100,000 estimated previously in this year's budget. We're continuing to budget for a vacancy rate of 2%, which at any given time throughout the organization, there will be unfilled positions, and there is some savings to be realized there. That 2% estimate is roughly equivalent to $792,000. And we've included a planned increase of $5 in the solid waste fee from $80 to $85 to support recycling materials management. And the recycling materials management also assumes the restructuring of fees for colleges and universities, something else that's also on tonight's agenda for discussion. And here's where we stand with the status of the county's ARPA funding, the American Rescue Plan Act. We've done a great job, once again, of tracking, reporting, and getting the money out the door. We were allotted $19.8 million total. We have until the end of 2024 to obligate it and until 2026 to fully expend it. We've assigned 43% of the ARPA funding toward capital projects. $6.2 million of that is obligated, and another $2.4 million has already been expended at the last check. Another 33% of the funding was assigned toward the Community Recovery Fund, and the $6.5 million is by and large obligated toward those projects. We expended $2.1 million in one-time over-target requests and projects in 2022, and we've obligated $2.6 million toward those one-time over-target projects in 2023. So again, the vast majority of our ARPA funds are fully obligated, and we have found about $120,000 in ARPA funds that were budgeted but not spent in 2023 that can be put toward over-target requests, one-time over-target requests for 2024, and we will we'll budget accordingly. We'll want those projects to be sure bets so that those projects, the funding is fully spent. In this year's budget process, we received $6.1 million in over-target requests. Of those, 4.5 million were for one-time projects and 1.6 for ongoing target funding. Of those, I approved $3.5 million for one-time projects and no target increases. As a rule, in order to achieve the 2% levy increase target budget, which is what we were trying for, no target funds could be approved and achieve that goal. Instead, we had to, in fact, do a lot of cutting of positions to get there. In many instances, it doesn't make sense not to fund certain of these ongoing over-target requests. For example, there are instances where there were software subscriptions or dues that were increased in 2024, and those were not able to be funded under the 2% goal. In general, the only one-time over targets that were approved were for ongoing initiatives, and no new initiatives were approved. And support for sponsored and partner agencies as directed by the legislature after our second budget retreat in June. The 2% target includes a 2% increase for our sponsored and partner agencies, however, does not include the 4% increase in the underwriter's share for TCAT. We were not able to fit that in. For your consideration, I've compiled a list of the positions that were, the unfilled positions that were cut and the over target requests that could be considered and fall within the tax cap. These include a number of the vacant positions that were cut, as well as the ongoing over target requests that require funding. It also includes partially funding the ongoing EF-MAP mandate. We're not able, again, to fully get that roughly $400,000 cost under the tax cap. And then for further consideration, I calculated the cost of maintaining a maintenance of effort budget, if you will, and it's roughly equivalent to a 5% levy increase, a little under a 5% levy increase. The cost of the mandate increases by themselves, once again, equate to a 4.2% property tax levy increase. And so thanks to New York State, that would already put us in excess of the tax cap if we wanted to do a maintenance of effort. So this forces counties to either exceed the tax cap or continue providing the same level of service or to cut services. The issues that we're facing are becoming more complex instead of less. And this option takes into consideration some of the positions funded in 2023 as one time, but functioning in an ongoing capacity. So bringing these positions under the target funding will lessen the potential of the deferred tax levy increases that we will be facing in the 2025 budget. Because remember, we do have a number of positions that are funded under 3-year one-time funding that are going to be coming up for consideration in the 2025 budget. This would enable us to take some of those positions under the tax levy. So in summary, the recommended budget came in at a 2% increase as directed. I've also provided options for restoration of cuts and funding of some over target requests to come in under the tax cap of 3.45%. In addition, a maintenance of effort budget would entail roughly a 5% levy increase. It would provide further restoration and funding of ongoing positions. However, it would exceed the tax cap. Some of the known risks in 2024 include increased needs around emergency sheltering. As you know, we're experiencing greater numbers of individuals who need shelter and who have more complex needs, and we're finding ourselves with fewer options and community partners who can assist. We may need to consider alternative approaches, including investing in our own shelter facility. Additionally, as a welcoming community, we may still be called upon to assist New York City with the asylum seeker crisis. Another risk, I've discussed the airport already, but just to make it known that in 2024, the capital plan anticipates several $100,000 in PFC revenues, which are tied directly to enplanements, and the county will be responsible for these costs if enplanements don't increase. And as previously mentioned, the required construction of the SRE building, the Airport Rescue Firefighter building, has been deferred indefinitely with the permission of the FAA. And the last couple of risks are more known risks for 2025. In 2025, the county will be responsible for 100% of the costs of the Medicaid program up to our statutory cap of $12.3 million, and that will be an ongoing increase of $400,000. That's currently not included in the 2% budget. It is included in the tax cap option or exceeding the tax cap option. It's partially included in the tax cap option. And finally, there are several positions in the budget funded with a multi-year one-time funding that are slated to expire at the end of 2024. And while we may not continue, the legislature may not decide to continue some of those projects after 2024, any positions that are intended to continue or intended to be ongoing should be paid under the tax levy. Positions that are intended to be ongoing in nature that are not brought under the target funding in the 2024 budget will necessitate those difficult decisions in 2025. Will essentially just be kicking that can down the road. So on that happy note, that ends the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. And I can keep this up if there are any questions on slides that you want me to go back to. I'll be sending you a copy of the slide deck, or I can take this off to stop sharing.
Okay, Randy Brown and then Rich John.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Lisa. I know this is a lot of work to put this together and 1,000 moving parts, some unknown. How much of our unallocated fund balance is being used for this budget?
Have that.
Ballpark.
It's about 9.3 million.
You're going to use 9.3 million.
Welcome.
You can get back to me on that. Just need to know if that's the right number.
Oh, no, actually, that was the requested. It's actually 8.4 million.
That's actually the same as the total expense line of FMAP, safety net, assigned counsel, and salary and fringe. It adds to 8.4, so just coincidentally.
Coincidence, not intentional.
Okay, that's all the questions I have right now. I do have a couple of points. I saw that your estimated revenue for gambling seemed a little high to me. And your estimated income for interest looks $1 million low, even if you used a 3% number for our money next year. So that seemed low to me. So.
Thank you. Next, we have Rich John.
Lisa, thanks for all the work on this. If you could go to slide, I think it was 20.
Okay. Can you tell me which one it was? I don't have that.
You had your 2024 expenditures. I think it's the slide before this one.
Capital program?
There.
Yeah.
Yep.
This one?
Nope.
Next one.
Next one.
This one, okay, yep.
You have included in 2024 public safety building renovations, but then you say schematic design in 2025. Are you saying we would have money to do that in 24 or 25?
In 2025, so I'm putting it, it's in the capital program as a placeholder, but the spend would be in 2025. I had a choice of either putting it putting that bullet on this slide or not in the capital program in 2024. Neither one seemed exactly right. I just wanted to make everyone aware that it is currently in there in 2025.
Thank you.
Yep.
Lee Shirtliff, Deborah Dawson.
Couple of questions. The unexpended fund balance of 8.4, how does that compare to previous years, Norma? Or is that about on par with what we've done in the past?
I'm sorry, so that's about, it's a bit lower than what we spent in, this is the general fund that's supporting the budget. Okay. It's a little bit lower than what we spent in 2023 budget.
Which was a concern when we got toward the end of the budget last year, that we were tapping that. Two other questions, and I'll try to be brief. The $681,000 to cover the debt service at the airport, is that coming out of ARPA funds, or are we allocating that out of property tax?
It's fund balance.
General fund.
Out of the general fund, okay. And third question, the impact of $56 on a house average home assessed at $249,000. Excuse me, $53, $56. And that's assuming that the house was at $249,000 last year, correct?
Last year, I believe it was 225. So that number has increased. That it keeps increasing.
To reflect the increase in assessments.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so it does
The
actually,
same house,
right,
theoretically.
but it reflects a change in the tax bill, assuming that person had
Actual
the increase in assessment that everybody else, or that the average felt. Okay.
That's correct.
All right, that's good to know. Thanks.
Deborah Dawson.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate all the work you all have put into this, and I honestly don't understand how we can keep going without a finance or a budget director, because the burden on Lisa and Norma and Bridget and Samantha, it's unsustainable for them to be going through this for 3 or 4 months every single year on top of doing their regular job. And moving on from my editorial comment, you mentioned, Lisa, that the operating budget for this year was, for this coming year, under your budget, was $245 million. What was it for this year, for 2023?
$223 million.
Okay, so it's about a 10% increase?
What about that pass-through for transportation?
I don't think that's part of the operating budget, is it? I mean, I don't know.
Total number.
It is included.
Okay. So the actual increase in the operating budget is about 19 minus 11?
I think that's accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from legislators or comments? Randy Brown?
I have a process question. I'm not sure how it works. So tomorrow we have another budget meeting, and we'll start going through each department's request, right? Is that how that works, right?
Yes.
And we're going to do it based on using the fund balance number that you put in, right? So when does the discussion happen? And I know this isn't going to go well for people, so I apologize. I predict that our fund balance will increase $8 to $10 million this year over last year. So, and I'll be close. Hopefully you can check me on that. We have a fund balance policy that says we're going to carry 18% of our budget as our unallocated fund balance, or unassigned, or whatever term we used. So, and I think I've calculated it's like 43 to 44. So to me, that's a problem. And so and I realize our costs are up in the states. Well, everybody said what state is. So they're unpredictable at best. But to not discuss our fund balance and to make cuts to programs and to not fund things and to raise taxes on our constituents when the compounded inflation is about 20% in the past 2.5 years. I'm struggling with that. And how do we go through budget process where we're not going to talk about the fund balance? I'm really struggling with that. And how can we raise taxes when we've got this money sitting in the bank, and it's not our money, it's our constituents' money. So maybe I'm the only one that has this discussion, but I wanted to bring it up.
So I'll just add comment a little bit. I know that we've talked about actually allocating a portion of our fund balance to our capital projects. I mean, the center of government, who knows, it could be 20 million, it could be 40 million, the sky's the limit. And so if we have let's just say $40 million in fund balance, I think mentally we need to put 20 million away knowing that, or 10 million, however much we're going to spend on capital. So it's while it looks like it's a ton of money in the bank, the reality is there's a lot of it that's allocated. And I know that's been the discussion in budget. And I want to give Deborah a few minutes because I think her head's about to explode. I think there was, who had their hand up? Was it just you, Deborah? Would you like a few minutes?
Yeah, I understand.
Well,
Randy's.
Did you want a few minutes to lower your blood pressure a little bit? Okay.
No, because this is not unexpected. So the way this works is that the meetings that we're going to be having, the first 3 of them, all we're doing is listening to what our departments and our agencies are telling us they think they need. Then we will move on to the meetings where we make decisions about which OTRs we're going to add to the budget. And there are going to be some significant ones because I don't remember if you came to last Friday's meeting, Randy, but there was, for example, 600,000 plus some that the Board of Elections requested because they have to pay poll workers to staff the polls for all the elections we're having next year. Well, Lisa had to deny or not recommend that particular request on the basis of the fiscal constraint imposed by the 2%, okay? Of course, that's ridiculous because there's no way we can't fund that. So we're going to have to add that back in. And there are going to be a bunch of them that we're not going to have any choice but to add back in, despite the fiscal constraint. Now, once we figure out the things we have to add back in and the things we may deem desirable to add back in, then we're going to have the discussion about how are we going to fund that difference. So that discussion comes towards the end. And of course, there are different ways to fund it. I mean, in the past, we have increased our sales tax estimate. We might increase our interest estimate. And of course, we'll have the debate we always have about how much fund balance we want to use. And my head is still on. Isn't that good?
Awesome.
That was awesome. I would like to add that I think it's a good idea to take our unallocated fund balance, say we're going to set aside $9 million or whatever that number is. That's maybe it's not, maybe it's assigned or whatever the name we use. We should be doing that exercise, so that's untouchable money. That's how I look at it. So.
Well, there are all sorts of uses within that fund balance that may be assigned or reserved, or I can't ever remember. Lori knows what the differences are between all of those characterizations. But the other thing that I want to remind you of is that as BCP has moved through the year, we've had, tonight will be our second revision to the fiscal policy. We're doing a cash management and investment policy.
Thank you.
We're doing a reserve policy, and I'm anticipating that next month, the fund balance policy will come back, because we've had some fairly robust discussions, especially in light of the interactions that we had with Moody's about our rating. 18% is not going to cut the mustard. So we're going to have to figure out where the sweet spot is in revising our fund balance policy so that we can use that for our purposes, but still maintain our rating. And apropos of that, I was going to mention this in my discussion of BCP, but Lori has been proactive, talking with fiscal advisors and Moody's about having their representatives come to our meeting, the first meeting in October, and explaining to us what their recommendations would be for what our fund balance ought to look like in order to not completely screw up our rating. And that's important. So I guess.
That's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Deb. Also, I'm very thankful that James, the paramedic, is still in the room in case you were to have stroked out. Also, Lee is here, and he's a first responder or an EMT. So we are in very good hands. I am thankful for that, James. Lisa.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a few things, and it's really hard for me to not be there with you in person and hard to read the room, but I just appreciate the dialogue that's happening and the comments that have been made by Lee and Randy and Deborah, that these are the issues that we're having to grapple with in order to either maintain services to the community who are having, this is the difficult decisions that we're put in when we have community members who are in need and our services are needed to assist them. We have increases in mandate costs, and at the same time, we want to keep our taxes as low as possible. So I understand the predicament that you all are facing. And I think that these are the right questions to be asking about our levy and our fund balances. I applaud all of the work that's gone into revising the policies this year and trying to use our funds as wisely as possible. I would also just note too that the fund balance policy, that 18% or whatever percentage we end up at, but currently 18% minimum, is based on the actual revenues. And as our budget increases, that 18% minimum also increases. So we're looking at, if we do receive the $245,000 in revenue in 2024, that denominator increases and the need for that minimum fund balance also increases.
Thank you, Lisa. I have Amanda Champion, Mike Lane, and Rich John.
Yeah, thanks, Shauna. Lisa, thank you, and Norma and Bridget and everyone who worked on this. I'm always amazed at how you can pull the numbers together. I'm not a numbers person. But Randy and other folks who have only been through this process a couple times, it's taken me 6 years to really fully get it. But this is, they've done the hard work over the past months. They're putting together a recommendation. And now we have the opportunity to look at all the numbers and the details and add or subtract. I mean, that's the most basic thing we're doing. And we have to take into account all the things that everyone's bringing up. But I just wanted to make it very simple in terms of what we're doing over the next couple, weeks and months. just in terms of the process. So we will have all those discussions, as, Deborah said. I think I was going to say something else, but I don't remember, so.
Okay. Mike Lane?
A few years ago, the governor of New York imposed the tax cap process on us. And many of the counties, in order to comply with that, started using their reserves and their fund balances. We didn't do that, and I'm glad we didn't, because the next thing that happened was COVID. And we had the capacity to do things that most of the other counties couldn't do, and we were a leader in paying for testing and other things that kept it as much in control as any county upstate. I also want to mention that when you use one-time money, if you try to fund ongoing expenses with it, you've only set yourself up for more trouble the next year. If you're going to use one-time money or use fund balance or whatever it is that has come in once, you got to use it for one-time expenses. And that's something we'll be talking about, but it's so important because you can't set yourself up for trouble the next year.
Thank you, Mike. Rich John?
What I was going to say has been said. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Lisa and staff, thank you so much for this recommendation. And the games will begin tomorrow. This was the pregame.
This won't be like last year, folks, I'm sorry.
Or previous years.
Yeah.
Why don't we do the county attorney report and then we'll take a break.
Well, I was just about to give another really long, lengthy presentation. No, really nothing specific to report, but just to let you all know, we're in, I think, pretty good shape. Some of the inquiries that come in from departments might take a little longer, a few extra days to respond to than normal, especially if we have an emergency family court issue come up like we had last week. But otherwise, I think Aaron and I are staying pretty well on top of things.
Great. Thank you, Holly. Great job. We thank you for stepping up and helping us, and thank Aaron as well.
Will do.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a 12-minute break, and we'll come back at 8:15. Thank you. I'm just waiting on Deborah Dawson. Okay, are there any resolutions to be added to or withdrawn from the agenda? Would you like to add Resolution T, Deborah?
Hang on a second. Yes, I would, as soon as I figure out which one that is. Okay. So that is, I would like to offer Resolution T. It's in your red folders, authorizing a public hearing on proposed local law number D of 2023, a local law overriding tax levy limit for 2024, ID number 11932.
And this is to add it to our agenda. We do need 10 votes. Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Mike Lane. And is there a discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to explain that and we've all heard the kind of sobering, if not downright grim, news about where we are with this budget as a result of the increase in unfunded state mandates. The difference, I believe at the meeting that we had last Friday, it was explained that 1% of a 1% increase to the budget. Norma, do you remember exactly what those numbers were? Was a 1% increase to the levy or the budget was a $53,000 in
$524,000
Point of information, aren't we?
is 1%.
Aren't we just voting to add it to the agenda at this point?
We are, yes. Thank you,
I
Mike.
was just explaining why. Basically, based on the numbers that I was given at Friday's meeting, the difference between the 2% budget and the 3.54% tax cap is $816,000. It's not very much. I don't see how we're going to get a budget in under that amount, given the number of things that haven't been included because of the fiscal constraints. But be that as it may, we should have done this back in May, I guess, and we didn't. And as always, passing this resolution does not commit us to exceeding the tax cap. It just gives us the option if circumstances require it. And circumstances this year are pretty grim. So
Okay. Any other comments on adding it to the agenda? We do need 10 votes. Okay, we're going to do a roll call.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
No.
sorry, Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
No.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
13 ayes, 1 no, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe I have another one. I don't know, I must write these things in my sleep.
That was just adding it to the agenda.
The county attorney search?
That was already included on the
Okay.
agenda. It was just we provided the resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we're going to move on to the consent agenda, resolutions and appointments to be voted on as a group unless any member of the legislature requests that a resolution or appointment be instead included separately and individually as part of the business of standing or special committees. Appointments, Advisory Board appointments, ID 11903, Strategic Tourism and Planning Board, Richard Floyd, Tompkins Cortland Community College Representative. Term expires December 31st, 2023. Wait 1 second. Is that right? Okay, that is right. Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Nicholas R. Zavalos, member. Term expires December 31st, 2024. Housing and Economic Development Committee, Resolution A, designation of tourism promotion agency for State of New York, ID 11729. Resolution B.
Pulled.
Thank you. Government Operations Committee, Resolution C, budget adjustment.
Pull, please.
Okay. Resolution D, budget adjustment and appropriation of unspent funds from 2022 for Human Services Coalition over target request community agencies Human Service Coalition 2022 distribution ID 11835. Resolution E, scheduling a public hearing for the draft 2024 Tompkins Countywide Shared Services Initiative Plan ID 11853. Resolution F.
Off, please.
Thank you. Resolution G, resolution to update the Administrative Policy Manual Policy 05-14, Reserve Policy ID 11898. Resolution H, resolution to update the Administrative Policy Manual Policy 0515, Cash Management and Investments ID 11899. Resolution I, resolution to update the Administrative Policy Manual Policy 0502, Fiscal Policy ID 11900. Resolution J, resolution indicating, okay. Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Resolution K, scheduling a public hearing on the 2024 Tompkins County budget and the 2024 through 2028 Tompkins County Capital Program, ID 11908. And if I could have a mover, please. Moved by Deborah Dawson and a seconder, seconded by Travis Brooks. And we're going to do a roll call for the consent agenda.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
14 ayes, motion passes.
Thank you. Next, we're going to move on to standing and special committees. Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee, Veronica Pillar, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Workforce Diversity and Inclusion Committee has not met since our last meeting, and our next meeting will be Wednesday, October 25th at 3 p.m.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Veronica Pillar or comments? Thank you, Veronica. Next is Public Safety Committee, Rich John, Chair.
Thank you, Shauna. The Public Safety Committee will be meeting this Thursday, September 21st at 3 o'clock. But I also wanted to report on a joint meeting of the Public Safety and Facilities and Infrastructure Committees that was held on September 12th, where we accepted a report from the jail working group that reviewed the plan that came before this body, I think in January, or December or January, with recommendations for functionality at the jail. We, at that time, decided we wanted to get more community input. We did that. We had a fairly extensive process, and I'd like to thank Travis for his work on that, and Mike Lane from the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee and the other legislators who participated. But we had a lot of community outreach. We had 2 focus group meetings with people who had been in our jail, where we got a chance to listen to their experiences and what they thought would help. We also heard from representatives from the Sheriff's Department and Corrections, particularly, and Judge Howell, who's the president of the Local Magistrates Association in regard to the centralized arraignment part court that's held at the Public Safety Building. We've added all those comments in, those of us who are on the jail working group, and presented a further report. I don't know, Travis, if you had anything you wanted to add just in terms of the process or anything you want to highlight from your work on it.
No, I think for me, I've said it a few times, but I know you and Mike were excited to get to the next part, so I really do appreciate you taking some time for that process to happen. I thought that was great. I think the best part of it for me was the focus groups that happened. I think they were very telling. There was a lot of good information, and I think it really, the community said we need a better jail. It wasn't what we said we needed. It wasn't what Captain Bunce or the sheriff said. The community said we need a better jail. We have to have one. We need a better one.
these are some things we would like to have. So I think it was helpful to shift the conversation from not needing a jail to, all right, we have to have one, but it has to be better and it has to meet these needs. So I think that process was really helpful because it seemed like we were going to have a lengthy community fight about having a jail, right? So I think that process just worked out really well. So all in all, I thought it was good.
I agree with everything you just said. I think this really helped us, and I do want to, we said it at the meeting, but I'll say it here, I want to say thank you to everybody who participated, because I think it made a better, more comprehensive report of the functionality needs at the jail. And what we were trying to do at this joint meeting was really pass the torch from public safety, which looked at what do we want in our jail, to the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee to start looking at how do we get there? You know, how do we change the bricks and mortar? And just for some background, there's a approximately $4.5 million capital program that's starting, I think, very, very soon for temporary fixes to the facility that will allow it to continue to function for a period of time. The estimate was 5 years. Adding to the difficult decisions we're going to need to make, we had a fairly lengthy discussion about timeline. We didn't make any decision on that issue, but it just is important for everybody to understand that 5 years from now, the original plan had been to get the work done. The planning process for the jail is pretty complicated. It has to be comprehensive. You do not want to try to make changes late in the process. And to accomplish that in the timeline we talked about, you need to do the first initial round of documents in 2024. And that's why I asked the question during Lisa's budget presentation to make the budget work as she has done it. She's pushed that to 2025, which then extends the completion of the planning and the construction another year out. We had planned on having the building functional in 2029. This presumably would push it into 2030. So there's some additional decisions we're going to need to make there. Just putting that out for everybody to understand. With that said, I have two resolutions I'd like to put on the floor. First is Resolution L, a resolution to accept the report of the jail working group regarding the desired functionality to be considered in renovating the public safety building, ID 11910, and I would move it.
Okay. Seconded by Veronica Pillar.
And just to speak to the resolution, this is essentially accepting the report from the people that worked on it and thanking everybody for their participation.
Thank you, Rich. Any questions or comments about the resolution? Veronica Pillar?
Thank you. I just, I helped with the resolution and agree with everything Rich and Travis said, thanking the folks involved. I just wanted to note for the record for the future that while most of the stuff in the report, most of the recommendations were about bricks and mortar facilities things, there were a few things in there that weren't necessarily about that. And so I guess I want to stick a pin in that so that years from now we come back to review what those were, such as community organizations having better access to the jail. Once stuff that would be implemented not necessarily through the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, like most of it will be.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Keith Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Ziegler,
Yes.
Shauna Black,
Yes.
14 ayes, motion passes.
Thank you.
And then the second resolution is Resolution M, a resolution in support of obtaining cost estimates to renovate the public safety building, ID 11909. And I would move it.
Can I have a second, please? Seconded by Veronica Pillar.
And if I could just speak to this, what this resolution does is transfers responsibility at this point from Public Safety over to the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee to start doing the preliminary planning process. We had an extensive discussion about what did that mean in terms of, are they committed to going forward and getting plans done? And the answer to that is no, that's up to the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, but this makes clear it's in their court and that they will come to the full legislature with cost estimates to begin the design process and also the timeline. Mike, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, I think that's correct. I think the timelines and paralleling, what the timeline is for the Center of Government building was an important ask that we'll be looking at.
Deborah Dawson?
Yeah, I'm a little confused because I guess my takeaway was that if we were going to build that building in 2029, we had 2025, 6, 7, and 8 to do the planning and begin construction.
The construction would complete, I believe, in 28.
Can I jump in for a second? My understanding was that the estimate given for 2029 was when the debt service payments would kick in, when the
building was finished.
When the building was completed. So that means that construction, depending on how long it would take, if it takes 18 months or 24 months, would start sometime 27, 28 for a late 28, early 29 completion, so that the budget impact, right, to the capital budget when the debt service started, not with the capital impact, sorry, when the debt service started would be in 2029, was my understanding.
Lisa, can you confirm and provide some information for us?
Yes, that's correct. The projection that we showed, the projected debt service was similar, what Greg said essentially. The debt service would begin in 2029. That would assume that the building was completed, construction was completed prior to 2027, 2028.
Randy Brown?
Yes, so I'm fine with the resolution, and I thought it was a good meeting. I think it was a lot of good discussion, and some things got hashed out, good and bad. Is this something, a question for Mike, is this something that the F&I committee would take up in 2024, and do we need any funds to do it?
Well, the discussion will certainly be taken up, maybe even before 2024 we'll start it. But currently we don't have funds to start it in 2024 unless, for example, we borrowed some money.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Lee, are you thinking about raising your hand? You are. Go for it.
No, I was going to make a joke about fund balance, but I didn't.
You're not feeling risky tonight? No, okay. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. A roll call vote.
Travis Brooks.
Yes.
Randy Brown.
Yes.
Amanda Champion.
Yes.
Susan Curry.
Yes.
Deborah Dawson.
Yes.
Rich John.
Yes.
Dan Klein.
Yes.
Ann Corman.
Yes.
Mike Lane.
Yes.
Greg Mezzi.
Yes.
Veronica Pillar.
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff.
Yes.
Mike Sigler.
Yes.
Shauna Black.
Yes.
14 ayes, motion passes.
Okay.
The only other item I have to report is just our jail statistics. We're at 60 in our jail and 3 board outs today. 60.
Great. Thank you, Rich. I also want to thank the legislators that took their time to do the task force. I think that was a really important step. Also want to thank the many people that came out and offered their expertise and their experience. It's hard being vulnerable, and I thank people that came to these meetings and are helping us out. Any questions for Rich John? Okay. Health and Human Services Committee, Dan Klein, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 2 resolutions, and then I'll have a little report from our last committee meeting. So I would like to move Resolution N, authorization to change labor grade, Women, Infants, and Children, WIC, Program Director, and increase hours for WIC Program Nutritionist, Whole Health, ID number 11882.
Seconded by Travis Brooks. Would you like to give an explanation, Dan?
I don't have a detailed explanation. It's just it was approved by New York State at whatever level it needed to be, and they're just trying to match the hours to the job as the department sees it.
Great. Any questions or comments on the resolution?
This was budget neutral, right?
Are you stating that or asking that?
I'm asking. My recollection was that this one was budget neutral.
I don't have the answer to that.
That was answered that way at the budget meeting.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, I just
Okay.
wanted to be
It
sure.
didn't come up in our
people
committee,
were
so-
aware.
Thank you.
And Brittany has confirmed it was.
Yeah, it
there-
says resolved
it is-
further that no additional funds are required to accommodate this change.
Okay.
You're actually reading the resolution.
Any other questions or comments on the resolution? Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shawna Black.
Yes.
14 ayes, motion passes.
Okay. I'd like to move Resolution O, acceptance of recommendations of the opioid task force, authorization to execute contracts, ID number 11881.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Randy Brown.
So the county received approximately $722,000 in one-time funds from various opioid lawsuits, and we decided to, we put out an RFP, a request for proposals, to see how we might best spend this money to address the problem. The request came in at about $1.3 million. We established an opioid task force that needed to sort through these requests and these proposals and decide which ones to fund, and that's what's in the resolution today. And so I'm going to hand it over to Randy if he would like to say more. I was not on the task force.
Yeah, Travis is actually the chair of that, and Shawna was on it, as was I. And it was a committee that met for about 4 months, and they met biweekly, and some people met weekly to set up the questionnaires and the scoring tables and whatnot. A.J. Kircher was really involved in that, Christina Moylan, Phoebe Brown, and Zoe Lincoln, who did a great job of herding cattle. And then, of course, the health department, Frank and other people. In your packet is a description of all the things. And it's everything from Narcan machines to outreach workers, a car for alcohol council to go pick people up that need transportation, and a lot of other things that we thought were really good. An education program, housing assistance was a big one for OAR, for people, and apprenticeships for reuse. In speaking to them, they have quite a few people on a waiting list for apprenticeships at reuse, so that'd be well used for them. Like there's almost 10 people waiting for those apprenticeships, so that'd be. Yep.
Great. Travis Brooks?
Because in one of my other hats I wear, I work with one of the applicants, I'm going to recuse myself. I did that in the committee too, from making any decisions.
Thank you, Travis. Any comments or questions? Mike Sigler?
So I don't want people to think that I'm against any of these organizations. I think they all do great jobs. I think they all deserve money. I guess my problem is, and I don't want anybody to think too, I don't appreciate all the work that was done. I mean, the committee obviously spent a lot of time doing this. And if I hadn't commented during the process, I probably wouldn't feel like I could comment now. But since I did, I feel that I can. I look over where all the money's going. And it was always phrased that this isn't that much money. It's not over $1 million. And I appreciate that. But my concern is I look at all the folks getting money, and none of it goes towards actual treatment. And I guess that's my concern. And Travis just shook his head, so maybe he'll comment on that. But listen, I understand what REACH does, and I understand what CARS is obviously a treatment facility, but it doesn't. This money was sued for by Letitia James, and the case was won, and a bunch of other, obviously, attorney generals, and they won this money. And the basic premise was that you had a bunch of pharmaceuticals. I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know, but people at home may not. The basic premise was that these opioid companies lured people in to take opioids, and then they got addicted. And it would just seem to me that if that's what the settlement was about, shouldn't the settlement money go toward getting people off of opioids? Shouldn't it go towards actual treatment? And I say this because I know what it costs to get somebody into treatment. I mean, I've taken somebody to a 30-day detox, and it's 10 grand cash just to walk in the door. And it seems like this is a lot of money that if we had kind of done it that way, that's 72 people that could have got treatment, that may not have had that money to get that treatment. And that's why I'm looking at all these things, and I'm like, I just wish some of the money had kind of gone to that. And I don't know if I needed a whole committee to do that. We have a detox center that's struggling to open because, frankly, they're not paying nurses enough money to work there. I mean, if you look at what they were offering, it's like, yeah, you're not going to find people for that. And my kind of goal in the next year is to hopefully, not my goal, I would hope the county's goal would be to get that detox up and running and so that we have some place to take people, to get them off the opioids, not to kind of facilitate. I mean, we have to keep people alive. I understand that, and that's what REACH does. But once we've done that, what's the next step? And it doesn't seem like we kind of have designed a way to take the next step, and that's going to require money, and I was kind of hoping some of this money would go towards that.
So I'm actually going to hop in here because I was part of the task force. And one thing, the reason why we met every other week was to come up with a true system of receiving feedback from community members. We met with community members. We had a survey that went out on the Ithaca Voice, was on our website. And then we issued an RFP for agencies to come with their ideas on how to help with the opioid crisis. I wish there were more applications. I wish there were different applications. There weren't. The applications we received, quite honestly, 2 or 3 of them didn't even have dollar amounts. They were filled out very halfway, and it was very disappointing. Our detox center didn't ask for money for staffing. That's also disappointing. The funds that were allowed for this, they're restricted funds. You can't just do anything you want to. You can't just provide tons of salaries. We've heard so many times that you don't pay for salary with one-time funds, and that's what these are. And so while I understand, we do have a detox center sitting there, and it's frustrating as hell because we have people that are dying almost every night, is what it feels like. And it feels like we're powerless. We're not able to do anything about it. We tried to work with the information that we had, the information that we gathered from our constituents. And, I know that treatment works for some people, but the reality is 50% of the people that go through treatment, it doesn't work for them. And so we have to meet people where they are. And, some people are so pro-treatment that they're not able to look at the big picture and see that, sometimes the name of the game is just keeping people alive for another day. And I think that's what we tried to do in this task force, was to keep people alive for another day. So I just wanted to add my perspective on being on the task force, on speaking with the constituents, and in hearing the feedback of where our community wanted the money to go. Any other questions or comments? Boy, I know how to kill a party. Okay, let's do a roll call.
Travis Brooks has recused himself. Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
This is what you guys think, then I'll vote yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
13 ayes, motion passes.
I'd also like to add my thanks to the legislators and members of the public who worked hard on this task force to come up with these recommendations. Thank you. I now have a report from our last meeting. I'm going to read. Health and Human Services Committee met yesterday, September 18th. Dr. Marty Stallone, the CEO of Cayuga Health System, spoke with us. We had asked him to speak with us about the mental health services that his organization is involved in. He gave a densely packed presentation on the range of inpatient and outpatient mental health services available. They have 4 primary care locations with mental health services embedded and more on the way. They do not have a standalone outpatient mental health service providers. Cayuga Health Systems makes referrals to Tompkins County Whole Health, Cayuga Addiction Recovery Services, and Visiting Nurse Services. As far as inpatient mental health services, there are 20 adult beds and 6 adolescent beds at the hospital. Patients stay there for days or months at a time. The beds are, quote, mostly full most of the time. As far as the planned crisis stabilization center, there was not a lot to report on yet. They have not yet been able to get the New York State approvals that they need, and they are continuing to explore options. I was hoping for more solid news in their progress, but we will just have to wait for that. As a reminder, the county granted $1.5 million to this project from our Community Recovery Fund, so we will continue to pay close attention to how this project develops. We also had a presentation from Sue Ellen Stewart, Executive Director of Visiting Nurse Service. This organization and Cayuga Health System are in the process of formally partnering. Visiting Nurse Service received a $250,000 grant to initiate a system intended to keep patients in their home when possible, as opposed to going to the hospital. The program will only be available at the beginning for patients of Visiting Nurse Service, and that's about 250 patients on an average day. We also had a presentation from Frank Krupa, our Whole Health Commissioner, about the beginning phases of what is called an academic health department. This will be a collaboration between Whole Health, Cayuga Health System, and our 3 colleges. You might think of an academic health department as the equivalent of a teaching hospital. Students from the colleges will be able to get real-world experience in public health, and our employees may have opportunities to actually lecture at the colleges. Advantages could include productive internships at Whole Health, enhanced research and data done by college staff, which would then be used locally, new employee recruitment, and professional development opportunities for our employees. And there is really no cost to the county for this project. There are currently academic health departments in Rochester and Albany. This collaboration is just starting. What we would expect to see first would be continuing internships. And then at some point in the future, we might expect to see memorandums of understanding between Whole Health and the colleges in order to formalize the program somewhat more. The next meeting of our committee will be October 16th, and that's my report.
Thank you. Randy Brown?
I thought they were really good presentations, and I think it might be valuable to have them to a presentation to the whole legislature. I think it made sense. One thing that came up was ambulance service. They track data on all of the people that come into Cayuga Medical via ambulance. And there was discussion that there's a good percentage, and they track this number, that come by ambulance that probably shouldn't have. And that they're talking about that, about what they can do, and they had some ideas. Even a visiting nurse talked about how some of their clients, and that part of this program, I think, is to more outreach and communicate better so that, if somebody's got a tooth abscess, they can get treatment versus, calling 911. So and they do have that data that we might want to look at. So.
Wow, thank you. Any questions for Dan Klein? Mike Lane?
Dan, on the $1.5 million to Cayuga, Have they spent that money or any of it, or is it sitting there somewhere?
No, they've not spent a cent of it. It is sitting in our budget, and all those grants are reimbursement grants, so they have to do the project before they'll actually get it, and they haven't really gotten anywhere yet, as far as I can tell.
They haven't started construction or anything like that?
No, they haven't even gotten the approvals from the state, and they also have a financing system that involves different sources of money, and I don't know, the status of those either.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
So Dan, I guess my question as far as that being Community Recovery Fund money, at what point should we have a conversation about pooling the funds and allocating it to another agency?
I don't have a great answer for you, but at some point, and yeah, not too far in the future, I would guess.
I would just want to give another agency time to be able to spend the money, because it's, the clock is ticking.
Clock is ticking. It's still over a year before the money has to be dedicated to a certain project, and then 2 more years before it's spent. So yes, the clock's ticking, but we're not at midnight.
Okay, that's good.
Yep.
Lee Shurtleff?
Dan, do they need to get a certificate of need to operate the clinic? Is that a process that they're going through?
I don't recall them using that phrase. Does anyone else that was there? No one else? Yeah, not sure. I can find out.
Just curious, that may be part of the length.
My understanding from a previous conversation was that there were only so many of these special clinics that were allowed per area, and one of them had been awarded to another area, so I think that, or to another agency. So I think they were trying to work to see if there can be a collaboration or a passing of the title to them. So I think they were trying to do some work behind the scenes.
That makes sense.
Okay, anything else for Dan Klein? Okay, thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Next up, Housing and Economic Development Committee, Greg Mezzi, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will give a brief report, and then we'll jump into the resolution that was pulled off of the consent agenda. We last met on September 6th. We had a presentation from IAED with one of their periodic reports and updates. Some of the items you saw on the consent agenda. And then we also had the expanding broadband access plan in its final version submitted to the committee in all 89 pages of its glory. So if you want to dive in, it's a lot to take in. It's a lot of information. You'll probably have a lot of questions. But if you have not had a chance yet, that was emailed to all legislators back at the beginning of the month from our clerks. So just wanted to make you aware of that. Our next meeting is currently scheduled for Wednesday, October 4th at 3 o'clock. And then I will go into our resolution here. Just give me 1 second while my technology catches up. It is Resolution B, Award of Strategic Tourism Implementation Grant to Downtown Ithaca Alliance, DIA, for a Retail Attraction Incentive Program, ID 11887, and I'll move that.
Thank you, Greg. Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Travis Brooks. Dan Klein? Or Greg Mezzi, do you want to explain the resolution?
Yeah, sure. Happy to explain the resolution. The STI grant is one of the grant programs that's administered through the Strategic Tourism Planning Board, that they make recommendations for the awards, and then it works its way through our committee and then ultimately to the legislature. If you remember a couple of months ago, there was some conversation, and if it wasn't a couple of months ago, I apologize. Everything starts to blur together. It could have been a year ago, but I feel like it was a couple months ago, about the surplus revenue and its allocation with the tourism dollars, and $500,000 was set aside in the Strategic Tourism Implementation Grants. And the Strategic Tourism Implementation Grant is a broad grant that supports the Strategic Tourism Plan, which is adopted by the SDPB and the county, which was last done, I think, in 2017, and it's a 10-year plan. So to apply for an STI grant, it has to meet one of the goals of the tourism plan that's been adopted. So the DIA is asking for a retail attraction incentive program, and I believe there's a memo. Yeah, there is a memo here from Nick Helmholt, our tourism program director, and they're asking for $60,000 to award 5 incentive awards to try to attract new retail to the downtown. The area that the DIA covered, yeah, the bid district for downtown. So it's a way to look at, one of the portions of the plan is downtown Ithaca, and the goals is to establish, strengthen the performance of retail in downtown Ithaca is one of the goals in the plan. And so I know that the members of the STI grant review and the SCPB felt that this did that by helping people sort of overcome that first initial hurdle in starting a small business or opening a retail location. And this $12,000 is an opportunity to try to, grow our retail and fill some of our vacant storefronts for 5 awardees through the DIA.
Okay. Dan Klein, and then Deborah Dawson.
Thank you. I'm opposed to giving $60,000 of public tax money to private businesses, as this resolution calls for. I would propose instead that this money be the down payment on using some of the hotel tax revenue to help fund the airport. As we have heard tonight, the county will spend $682,000 in 2024 to fund the airport debt. This $60,000 would be a good start towards that $682,000. Using this money to help the airport serves 2 functions. It promotes tourism, and it directly provides tax relief to homeowners in Tompkins County. The second reason is particularly meaningful in the context of tonight's budget message, with the probability that we are going to have to raise property tax significantly while at the same time implementing a soft hiring freeze for our own employees. So when faced with the choice between giving public money to private businesses as opposed to lowering property taxes and providing money for our employees, that choice is easy for me.
Thank you, Dan. Deborah Dawson, and then Greg Muzzy.
So I have a question about this. I looked through this, and maybe I didn't look thoroughly enough, but it wasn't clear to me. Are these completely new businesses, or are they existing businesses? And if they're existing businesses, are you trying to attract businesses from outside Tompkins County into Ithaca, or would these grants also be given to businesses in Tompkins County currently located outside of the city?
I will try my best to answer that based on my understanding of the application, and then if Katie has anything to correct me on, Katie Borgala, please feel free to jump in. Is that it's to attract new businesses from outside the county, not to relocate businesses within the county to the retail area that the DIA covers.
Because I would be opposed to trying to move businesses into the business district downtown in using county money to do that, and you can see why.
So there was a lot of discussion to look at this program and see the success of the program, and potentially look at how this could be used in, say, the village of Lansing or Trumansburg, the village of Dryden, right, to grow these downtown business areas of, commerce, restaurants, shops, things like that. So obviously, the Commons is our sort of anchor within the county, but seeing if this actually does make an impact and a difference, and then broadening that across the county potentially to other areas. Obviously, we need a sponsor or someone to propose that type of program. It could be the Chamber Foundation. There's a number of different options, but the idea was to use DIA to see how it goes, and there was a lot of conversation about trying to do that outside of the city as well.
I have Randy Brown, Rich John, and Ann Corman.
I was on the Commons today. I stepped on my glasses, and Ithaca Optical fixed them for nothing because I bought them there, which is why I don't buy them online. And I walked by 5 vacant places in a short walk there. And I also noticed that it's the City of Ithaca matching that money, or the downtown? I thought I saw they were also putting money in for this, correctly.
There is a component where I believe the DIA is sponsoring an administrative piece or funding that. And Katie, is that?
A study, I think.
Well, there's a downtown retail study that they're also engaging in complementary to this.
A retail market study that the city put $50,000 in for that portion of this work.
Rich John?
Yeah, I support this resolution. And Dan, to your point, I agree that this sounds like we're aiding individual businesses, but this is a targeted approach. The Commons, I think right now, needs the assistance, and the timing matters. Next year, we're going to see the conference center opening, and you want this complementary business area being as vibrant as possible next to it. And I'd also just mention that if you give the award to 5 different businesses and say 4 of them fail, the surviving one will pay more than the total amount in sales tax over a course of years. And this is not just a gift, this is an investment. And I believe it's a reasonable investment given the probable return. Thank you.
Ann Corman?
Thanks. Rich said some of what I was going to say. So the only thing I want to add is that this money is from our hotel room tax, and I don't believe we can take that money and pay off our debt from the airport. And for me, seeing this money come from hotel room tax, people visiting, all of our county, but a good portion downtown, to help businesses, ancillary or additional businesses get off the ground, I think is a good use of these funds. Thank you.
I just wanted to ask, was this type of incentive offered to current businesses that are on the Commons that have struggled through COVID and construction?
I think we had an ARPA program that offered that, and we actually didn't fund any private businesses through that program. But the proposed, as it's written for an STI grant, was for the attraction of new retail.
Greg?
So the last thing I will say, one of the major goals is to increase average visitor spending by 5% in this the strategic tourism plan. Also on package page 20, you can see the other applications for this grant that are in. The airport does have an LOI for $100,000 for airline revenue guarantee. That's in there. There's also been a lot of conversation around what role the airport could have as part of STPB and making sure that there's a presence and looking at future funding models and things like that to support the airport. So by all means, I think everybody agrees that there's a strong tourism connection to the airport, and I know that we're working to try to figure that out. Obviously, as all of you are aware, the glacial pace in which things move, we can't always squeak things in for certain time periods. But I know that that is a priority for the STPB to look at in the next year or two. And then also the sales tax that's generated by this, and also the property tax, to Rich's point. Vacant storefronts, property value is not as high. Fully leased retail space, the property value is much higher. So the property tax implication of this, so I think Rich said it best when it's really an investment, and this $12,000, per store, which also have to have a 3-year lease in place before that this award would be granted to them. We'll see, I think, a return on both sales tax and property tax from the landlord, and likely the tenant paying their portion of the property tax as well.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Let's do a roll call vote.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
No.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
No.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
No.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
11 ayes, 3 noes, motion passes.
Anything else, Greg?
That concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Greg Mezzi? Okay, thank you. Next, Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, Mike Lane, Chair.
Thanks. I think that Rich did a really good job of explaining what our joint meeting covered, and I think it was correct, and there, he had the resolutions that we talked about. I want to second his compliments to Travis Brooks. Travis showed real leadership here and putting together this community group that came and reported, and plus worked hard on the report that came to us. And I think that's so important. And yes, Travis, we were anxious to get moving, but I think you showed us that what we did was right. We will have another meeting on this Thursday. We'll be talking about things like learning about how we're coming with the steps to be taken for the sale of the Red House. We'll also be talking about space here in the legislature chambers, about how we can accommodate our fourth clerk. So those things are kind of important, and we'll be talking about them. Randy, anything you want to add? Okay.
Any questions for Mike Lane or comments? Great. Thank you, Mike. Next up is Government Operations Committee, Amanda Champion, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Government Operations met a couple weeks ago on some point in this month. We talked about a lot of policies that you see on the consent agenda, which a couple got pulled off, so we will talk a little bit more about those. We did talk again about the rules of the legislature and made a few small changes, which I believe we're going to have as a resolution next month. There was some very small things. I can go over it more next month, but nothing major. There was no major changes. We had an update from Barry Dunn, our strategic planning consultant firm. They told us kind of where we're at. You may all know they were here last week, and they did the community forums and met with folks. So that was all very helpful. Katrina sent out a note, but I'll just remind you also that we have a specific legislature time to talk with them on November 2nd from 1 to 5. It'd be really great if you could all be here, because they're going to be presenting community information to us, getting more feedback. This is, you know, a chance for us to have the impact, the input that folks want to have. So please plan on that. That is also the day of our next Government Operations Committee meeting. You've heard me all say that Government Operations is the best committee, but it's actually official now. We have a trophy for Government Operations, and we can thank Dan Klein for this. Those of you who have been at Government Operations know that our agenda packet is sort of a coral peach color, kind of similar to Lori's jacket. And Legislator Klein has been encouraging us for a few months to wear the color of the agenda packet. And this month, folks did, and it was really amazing. And I will pass around this photo. Staff, clerks, everyone in chambers pretty much remembered to wear the pink coral color, and thus we won the Spirit Award for Tompkins County. So thank you. I'll pass this around, and then I appreciate having a little levity in some challenging times, but I can go on to the policies now.
Is that solid gold?
Yeah, I believe it's, yeah. So I'm not going to leave it here overnight. I don't want it to get stolen.
It's part of our assets.
We might be able to balance our budget on that.
Cash it in.
Okay, so let's see, the resolutions that got pulled off, Resolution C, budget adjustment and appropriation of unspent funds from 2022 for language access implementation to reduce barriers, ID 11834, and I would move that.
Seconded by Mike Lane.
And I don't know who pulled it off.
I just didn't understand how this works. So the money wasn't spent. Is the money still allocated for this use, or does it go to the general fund?
I don't know, I'm going to look at somebody else to answer the question.
I'm not familiar with this as the staff member working on this project, so I'd have to lean on Norma or someone else from our team.
This is kind of why we're bringing it back to request that the funds be reused or allocated for use in 2023, because for various reasons that we could not expend them in 2022.
So it's still used for the same purpose it originally was?
Yes, for the same
Great.
purpose.
That was my question. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Donna Black.
Yes.
14 ayes, motion passes.
All right, the next one was Resolution F, I think, resolution to update the Administrative Policy Manual, Policy 02-47, lactation accommodations, ID 11897, and I would move that.
Seconded by Mike Lane.
I don't know who.
Mike Sigler?
I just had some questions on it. So are we going to be building lactation rooms? Where would those be located? I mean, what will we do there?
Ruby wants
Ruby?
to answer.
Oh, you're on mute.
Then what are you going to do there?
No, we're not building rooms. We are working with departments to designate areas that are already in the building, that are close to the employees who would need the room.
So if someone is currently using a bathroom, say, they would still be allowed to use that bathroom?
Yes, but bathrooms are not, according to the policy, and according to what the state mandate, bathrooms are not sufficient.
They're not sufficient?
So, right.
It would still be up
We
to
will
the...
work with that department to find some place that we can be in compliance with the state mandate.
Okay, but if the woman chooses that, that would be okay. We just can't, that can't be our decision. That can't be the only location.
Right, right.
So we're still giving the woman autonomy of to where she, I mean, I don't know where you choose to breast pump, but I don't really want to be dictating where that is either, so.
Correct.
That sounds all right, okay. My other question was on the break and the paid break. I mean, nobody's going to be punching the clock on this. I wouldn't think to breast pump. I mean, it can take different women different times, so I guess how is HR thinking about handling that? I mean, a smoke break is 15 minutes. Who regulates that, I guess?
And again, our departments are very cooperative and willing to work with the employees to decide or to help them decide and meet their needs. Most breaks are 15 minutes. The policy, the mandate is for at least 20 minutes, but you know, I don't think anybody's going to be timing people. This is a benefit to our employees, and we want to make sure our employees have their needs met.
Okay, that sounds great.
Mike Lane?
Yeah, I think Ruby mentioned what I wanted to mention out of facilities is that we may have to take a look at the accommodations in various departments if there's difficulty in finding them. And as Ruby said, you can't, the state law particularly says you can't require the use of a bathroom for that. The New York Civil Rights Law declared quite a number of years ago that the right to breastfeed was an absolute right in New York. And this follows up on that, and I'm glad we're doing that. I want to thank Bridget Nugent for her work on this policy in particular, because I think it's so important that this is setting forth that what we do for our employees is pretty important, particularly those that may have had a baby or have been breastfeeding. The other thing I'll just mention very quickly is that there has to be refrigeration access if that is in the department.
So I'll just pipe in here. As someone that has nursed 3 babies, I love this policy. I think it's long overdue. I think it's hard enough raising children, and I've been in the bathroom pumping and feeding babies, and it's kind of humiliating for everyone. And there's not enough room, and babies are crying, and it's any one of us can imagine like eating a meal in the bathroom. It's disgusting. So I'm glad we're doing this for our employees. And, you know, I think this is something we probably should have done a long time ago. I know that whenever I first started as a legislator, we had the little kiosk at the airport for nursing moms, and I just thought that was the coolest thing. So anyway, kudos to the county. Thank you, Bridget, for working on this. I hope it helps a lot of nursing moms in our county. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
14 ayes, motion passes.
Okay.
I think I have one more, right? Resolution J, resolution indicating Tompkins County's ongoing intent to require a pilot for solar wind systems, ID 11888, and I will move that.
Okay, can I have a seconder? Seconded by Randy Brown.
I bring it up only because both Newfield and Enfield have had issues with pilot agreements. So I just don't understand the resolved, and maybe it's just a question. So the county does the pilot agreements. Is that through the IDA? Is that how that's done?
This is a different thing, and I'm not going to be able to explain it, so I don't know.
So maybe it's a question for Jay, which I could follow up on.
Yeah, Jay explained it, and as always.
Yeah, me too, that's why I asked. So all right, I'll wait and ask, I'm fine.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
It made sense when he explained it.
Okay. Let's do a roll call vote.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
It's good enough for Jay, it's good enough for me.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi? Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
14 ayes, motion passes.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Okay, any questions for Amanda Champion? Okay, thanks, Amanda. Next, we're moving on to Planning, Energy, and Environmental Quality Committee. Ann Corman, Chair.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We had our monthly meeting yesterday, and we had an update regarding, from Terry Carroll at our Department of Planning on renewable energy certificate agreement with Gravity. And you might have heard us talk about this a couple of times. We were hoping, so with our hydro plant in Waterloo, we receive renewable energy credits, which we were looking at trying to sell them. And the estimate was $30,000 to $70,000 that possibly we could get from those per year. And so what is going on now with the state is that they perceive that as double dipping, that for a lot of the almost all of the renewable projects around the state is helping fund them in some way. So they don't want to allow the renewable energy credits to be used, even though the state did not help us with this plant. Still, we're bound by that. And we worked with a consulting company to try and sell these and to look into selling them. And it was their opinion, this is Constellation who we were working with, that it wasn't worth trying to petition the state to try and get us to be able to do that. That it didn't look very likely that that was going to happen because there's such a small amount of programs like ours that would be trying to get this money. And also because of various things with the market and funding issues, the amount that we'd be getting each year would be going down, probably gradually. So the RECs, as they're called, would be worth less. Let's see. The next was an update on the Rethinking Waste in Tompkins County. Not really a ton of updates on that, but they're progressing along. It's a whole process. I think I described it last month that we're getting the comments back from the draft plan, and we're answering them and then submitting it to the state. And so anyway, we're still in that process. It's going to take a few more months to get approval from the state for that. What took the most of our meeting was a presentation by CLEAN. It's Cayuga Lake Environmental Action Now, and we had 3 members come to talk to us about that. And what they are an organization that looks at the health and protecting the health of Cayuga Lake. And one of the threats to the lake is industry, and that's one of the things that they focus on. And so feel free, I know there's at least one member here of that group here in the room, so feel free to correct me. You can look on their website if you want for more information. It's cleancayugalake.org. And what prompted them to come to us at this time was there's some information out, and one place that it's quoted is on a website or an informational site called The Deal, and they're saying that there's information out there that Cargill is selling its salt mines, and one of them is at Cayuga Lake in Lansing. So I contacted for our presentation from CLEAN to help participate and answer whether it's actually for sale or if they want to talk about what was going on and possible concerns or any information about a possible sale. I contacted Cargill. 2 representatives got back to me and called me, but they both said the same thing, that they couldn't confirm or deny that it was up for sale. So the presentation by CLEAN, they mostly focused on the history of the salt mine even before Cargill owned it, and showed us maps and some reports that they had done reports from various scientists that they had commissioned. And so I would say the biggest takeaway that I had was that when you see these maps, I had seen them before because I had attended one of their presentations a few years ago, but if you haven't seen the maps of how extensive the salt mines are under the lake, that's pretty impressive when you see how much. It's probably at least half of the lake there's salt mines under, and going back and forth from shore to shore. So take a look at that. What came out of this meeting was that we wanted to know if they had an ask of us, and they're not sure right now, because we're not sure if the salt mine's being sold. We're not sure who's going to buy it. But whether it got sold or not, what it came down to, I think, that they are going to be pushing for is to get an environmental impact statement done, or an environmental impact study done on the mines. And there hasn't been one done, or if there has been one done, it's not published. So to have some transparency with what's going on there. And the second thing was for Cargill or the new owners to post a bond to take care of any damage that could be done from the mines, or at least to cover adequate closure of the mine underneath the ground and above the ground. Some mines are being closed around the country where they're just closing off the top, and there could be chemicals and things underneath, or things that need to be done to shore them up at least a little bit, or at least disclose how they left it. So that was that. And I wanted to mention, when I talked earlier about the resolutions at the NISAC workshops, or the NISAC convention, the 3 resolutions, they might come back to peak to support what's going on at the state. So I'm going to wait and see if they want us to do that. So stay tuned on those. And our next meeting is October 16th. Was there anything else, Veronica? Or
you got a resolution.
Yeah, I'm going to go to yep. Anything else I missed? Okay, and we have.
I have Susan Curry and Randy Brown.
I just wanted to report that the same presentation on Cargill was given to the Water Resources Council yesterday. And they were asking, and I was glad that Ann attended, because they were asking the legislature to help in some way. But the ultimate result is that, sorry, I'm losing my voice. The ultimate result is that they are going to put together a small task force to study the report more and try to take some actions, whether it's to write a resolution to send to us, or to recommend something.
And I'll just add that somebody asked, like, does the county actually want the Water Resources Council to do something? And I was very clear that we're not asking them to do anything.
Yeah.
That they can decide for themselves, because they're an advisory committee.
They were unsure. I think they were sort of thrown for a loop by the presentation. So it was very dramatic. I mean, it is very dramatic. So they're not sure, but they're going to take some time to go through all the material and then get together and decide what they want to do.
Randy Brown?
Yeah, it was too much information. One thing they are required to put aside about $3 million for any type of restoration. I think that was it.
Above ground.
Above ground. But what interesting to me is the studies that they have done by a scientist, is that there is a lot of salt runoff and still getting into lakes, so the salination is quite a bit high coming off of some of their pads. So that's one of the issues that I thought was relevant. So.
And I'll just mention, if I could, after that, is that so the levels were getting higher, and they have covered some of the salt coming out, and they've changed some of the ways that they've done things. So over time, it's actually dropped a little bit. It's dropped some. So Cargill has been responsive, to those things.
Okay. I have Dan Klein and Greg Muzzy, and I just want to do a little time check here. We're at 9:30, and we do have executive session tonight. Dan Klein?
And you mentioned that one possible ask was to ask us to weigh in on an environmental impact statement. And you may have already uncovered this, but this legislature did once vote on that very question, maybe 2015 or something like that.
2016, I think it was. Somebody looked it up, right? Good. Yeah, good memory.
Greg Mezzi?
Yeah, this is not a SALT comment, but back to the Waterloo, the recs. I don't know if you mentioned, Ann, but it's about $30,000 to $70,000 a year in revenue that we're not. I didn't know if you mentioned.
that.
Oh, you did. Okay, sorry, I didn't hear that, but I just thought that was interesting.
I didn't, I thought you hung on my every word, but okay, that's good to know. All right. All right, gotcha. It's a lot of information we're all putting out there and taking in tonight. Okay, and I have a resolution, but if Randy, if you don't mind, like really short, the accreditation for CCE, because that is something that I think that's really important.
Yes.
Can you talk about that?
Yes, so Cornell Crop Extension had to go through a process of getting accreditation by CCE on campus, and they were quite short. There's 42 measurements, and they were less than half of that 3 or 4 years ago, and they finally got their accreditation through a lot of work. Meg Cole and staff all jumped in. Karen Yearwood was very in charge of that and did a good job. They should be acknowledged for that. And so the new interim director for CC came down and gave them a letter of doing that. And it helps them a lot too, because they weren't in this process of being credited, and not all CC locations in the state are. They couldn't charge more than 10% overhead rate. And so now this allows them to actually be able to calculate all those things so they can have a true overhead rate, which should be closer to 13 or 14. So.
Thank you. And if you go to packet page 85 and 86, I have a resolution. On packet page 85 is the resolution. The next page is some background information. And so this is resolution P. I'd like to move resolution to restructure the solid waste annual fee for universities, colleges, and similar institutions, doc ID 11779. And we passed this at the peak meeting originally.
Can I get a seconder, please?
August.
Seconded by Greg Mezzi.
Thank you. So we passed that in August, and I'll let Norma's here and also Leah from Recycling Materials Management talk more about this.
Thank you.
Yeah, I say, Leo, you were dark there for a second. So most everybody, I think everybody has heard what this is about, but last year the task force convened and reviewed the Tompkins County Recycling Materials Management annual fee. We undertook a study and analysis of the practical and legal issues of restructuring the recycling materials management fee to make it more equitable for all property owners in the county. The internal review revealed that colleges, universities, and other similar institutions have been using an outdated fee structure developed in 1995 that has not kept pace with the facility's growth. So one of the directives that we were given when we left was to have meetings with each of the campuses, so each of the colleges, which we've done. We spoke to Cornell, Ithaca College, and TC3, so, and had dialogue back and forth about that. And we still believe that the direction that we're going, I think it's the late hour, I'm having a hard time speaking. The direction that we're going is still the best course, or the best rationale for finding an equitable application for the distribution of these fees for the campuses, and that's to use the student enrollment as a metric. And this metric is also a rational basis, and according to the attorneys, consultants that we've been working with, has a rational underpinning of an applicable law for the counties establishing this metric.
And this doesn't set the fee, but this gives us a basis. Leo, did you want to add anything else?
No, not really, other than, I think I just want to remind everybody that this isn't a new fee that we're talking about. So there's an annual fee in place that colleges are paying currently. We're just looking to reestablish or restructure the fee.
Correct.
Thank you. Also, I would like to thank our legislators that served on that task force, Randy, Greg, and Annie. Is that?
Those two.
Greg and Randy. Thank you both for serving. I know that took a lot of time and it was difficult at times. So thanks for sticking with it. Okay, any questions or comments? Mike Lane?
Just a couple for information. School districts, do they bring their recycling to us?
Yes, their material ends up at our facility. They work with TST BOCES. TST BOCES is a licensed hauler, and BOCES services all of the Tompkins County's school districts. So yes, it does come to us.
Okay. And could, for example, IC or Cornell decide they don't want to use our facility anymore and they could haul it somewhere else?
It's a possibility. It would be unlikely, in my opinion, that it would be expensive for them to do that, much more expensive than keeping it in county. The other thing with that too, we have to remember that we're in about a 13-month down market. So in a down market, nobody wants to be in the recycling business. So, there's nobody going to be working to receive their material. So I would say it's highly unlikely that they would decide to do anything different with their recyclables.
Thank you.
Greg Mezzi?
Yeah, to kind of tack on to what Mike Lane was asking, even if they did that, they would still be, they'd still pay the same fee, just like each household pays $85 or pays $80 now per household, right, per unit in multifamily, the formula based on commercial, right? We could never see an ounce of their trash through our facility or recycling, and they would still be paying that fee. Right. So if they want to do that, fine, but the fee's the fee. I just wanted to reiterate that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion? Yes. Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Ziegler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
14 ayes, motion passes.
Great, thank you.
And we'll be meeting again on October 16th, Monday at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Ann Corman. Any questions for Ann? Okay, thank you. Next, Community Recovery Fund Advisory Committee, Dan Klein, Chair.
Thank you. I don't really have anything to report. Our next scheduled meeting is November 6th. And that might be a good time to really dig into the question you asked earlier, Shauna, about what do we do if people aren't following through on their projects.
Okay. Any questions for Dan Klein? Okay, thanks, Dan. Next is Budget, Capital, and Personnel Committee, Deborah Dawson, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I get to our resolutions in our next meeting, it is my pleasure to move to appoint Holly Mosher as our acting county attorney, effective August 8th, 2023, better late than never.
Seconded by Mike Lane. Would you like to add anything else, Deborah?
Holly's doing a great job under difficult circumstances, and we really appreciate her.
Absolutely. Any other questions or comments? Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion? Yes. Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shawna Black,
Yes.
14 ayes, motion passes.
Congratulations, Holly. And thank you. Great.
Okay, and then I have one resolution from last month's meeting. It is resolution R? Yeah. Adjustment to the 2023 budget, city-county sales tax distribution agreement, ID 11709.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Rich John.
This is a formula-based adjustment, as I understand it. Under the existing agreement, we need to give the city a percentage of what we take in, and since what we took in for 2022, I guess, was greater than expected, we need to pay them a little more.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Okay, let's vote on Resolution R.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion, Susan Curry,
Yes.
Deborah Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shawna Black,
Yes.
14 ayes, motion passes.
Thank you. Just a heads up on coming attractions. We will probably be looking at the imploring resolution at our next BCP meeting, as well as a couple of resolutions that passed the Taxation and Finance Standing Committee, one of which is a resolution supporting proposals to modernize state tax laws to include the short-term rental industry and ensure these changes are appropriately tailored for the needs of local communities. And what that actually means in short is that platforms like Airbnb and VRBO would be collecting sales tax statewide, submitting it to the state, and then the state would submit it to us, maybe. And then the other resolution was a resolution in support of modernizing our in-rem tax delinquency foreclosure process. You're all probably aware at this point that there was a Supreme Court case that says we cannot keep anything in excess of the actual tax delinquency and maybe the cost of collecting it. And in a big hurry, the state filed a law that basically said no more than that. But they didn't address any kind of procedure for identifying, prioritizing, paying off other lien holders. So there was a pretty spirited debate about that at the Taxation and Finance Committee. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay, Deborah, would you like to move your Resolution S?
Sure. This would be an appropriation from the contingent fund of $5,000 for a county attorney search, and the ID number is 11673, and I move.
Seconded by Travis Brooks. And I think this is pretty self-explanatory. We essentially need to move money from contingent fund in order to do some recruiting and to put some ads in. I believe Ruby is here as well. Ruby, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
We've had a number of searches this year, and our recruitment line is next to zero. So we want to replenish that for the postings that we do, normal postings that we do for a national search.
Great. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Travis Brooks,
Yes.
Randy Brown,
Yes.
Amanda Champion,
Yes.
Susan Curry,
Yes.
Dawson,
Yes.
Rich John,
Yes.
Dan Klein,
Yes.
Ann Corman,
Yes.
Mike Lane,
Yes.
Greg Mezzi,
Yes.
Veronica Pillar,
Yes.
Lee Shurtleff,
Yes.
Mike Sigler,
Yes.
Shawna Black,
Yes.
14 ayes, motion passes.
Thank you. And Deborah, did you want to bring forth your your Resolution T?
Yes, please. I'd like to move Resolution T, authorizing a public hearing on proposed local law number D of 2023, a local law overriding tax levy limit for 2024, ID 11932.
Can I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Travis Brooks.
Yeah, we've already discussed this.
Okay. Any questions or comments on the resolution? Dan Klein?
I just want to make sure I have this right and that everyone heard this, that we did pass a resolution earlier in the year, but this is a local law. We're required to do both.
Right, and I guess we just didn't get around to it.
This is only the public hearing.
Yeah, this is.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote, please.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion? Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
No.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
13 ayes, 1 no, motion passes.
Thank you. One thing I forgot to mention, the normal time for BCP next month would be on Indigenous Peoples' Day. So we have moved our meeting to 3 p.m. on Wednesday, October 18th.
Thank you, Deborah. And if I could have a mover for the minutes of our previous meeting, September 5th, 2023, moved by Greg Mezzi, seconded by Lee Shirtliff. And roll call vote, please. Or are there any corrections or comments, questions? Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown? Mr. Brown's away. Amanda Champion?
Yes.
Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yes.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman?
Yes.
Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
13 ayes, motion passes.
Okay, if I could have a motion to go into executive session in accordance with Article 7, Section 105 of the Public Officers Law, the proposed acquisition, sale, or lease of real property, or the proposed acquisition of securities or sale of exchange of securities held by such public body, but only when publicity would substantially affect the value thereof. There is no expected action to be taken. If I could have a motion, please. Moved by Greg Mezzi, seconded by Travis Brooks. And roll call, please.
Travis Brooks?
Yes.
Randy Brown?
Yes.
Amanda Champion?
Sure.
Susan Curry?
Yes.
Deborah Dawson?
Yeah.
Rich John?
Yes.
Dan Klein?
Yes.
Ann Corman? Mike Lane?
Yes.
Greg Mezzi?
Yes.
Veronica Pillar?
Yes.
Lee Shirtliff?
Yes.
Mike Sigler?
Yes.
Shauna Black?
Yes.
14 ayes, motion passes.
Thank you. And why don't we take a 4-minute break and come back at 9:55. Thank you.
Show of hands and then turning to the person on the.
No.